phone number?
Yes, the Q&As have been answered and the phone number will be posted for all of the participants to know. Right now in the chat box, you can only see the ones that have been sent by hosts and panelists.
Okay. All right. So anybody who has any question about it, they can always write it. I can also put down my phone number, and you can always let me write it down. You can always WhatsApp me on this, and this is my number, and I'll be able to, direct you who can help you with it.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. Thank you so much. This is Abdul Ghani. Dr. Saab, it would be nice, if you could share the QR code, date code we can share through the presentation so that people can scan it and they can connect with you. I think that could be the best approach.
Okay, that sounds good.
I would like to play Dr. Sayed. Is it possible to play the video right now?
So I can play a video. It's on our website as well. I am going to share my screen and play a short video with you. And that might be able to help you to understand what we do. So I'll go to my website. This is the website. And if you scroll down a little bit, there's one video here. We help you how to prepare for your examination. One thing that I forgot to mention here, we have a exam predictor software. It predicts what kind of questions will be asked in the upcoming exam. And it will tell you, and we can predict up to 65% of the questions that might be coming in the upcoming O-level, A-level exams, even in the FSC. So anybody interested in it, anybody wants to join in and see to prepare for their examination, they should reach out to us and we will enroll you into this program and you should be able to see. Here's a short video for you to watch. First, I will play you for the exam.
Are you stressed out about your O and A-level exams? Let's make you master in physics, chemistry, or mathematics for your upcoming exams. IQ Era is a US-based school that has started its services in Pakistan with premier help for O, A, and FSC exam preparation. Personalized study plans following the IGCSE curriculum. Convenient online classes that adapt to your pace. All you need is a computer connected to internet. We at IQ Era School, we will guide your academic successful. Registration for our upcoming classes is now open. To express your interest, fill out our simple form. Join us and write your success story.
So I hope that makes sense to you a little bit. If you go to our website, you'll be able to watch the whole video. I have another short video if that interests you to how these lessons are built. It's also on our website,
Today,
like I
I'll
said.
introduce you to an
You can watch
innovative
it here
approach
as
to
well.
K-12 teaching, encapsulating 3 vital components of this educational sphere. This triadic process includes delivering lessons, immediate assessment for understanding, and tailored interventions for students requiring additional assistance. Underpinning our educational philosophy is the commitment that no child is left unacquainted with the core learning objectives. The traditional teaching process has been significantly transformed with the advent of technology. Lessons can now be differentiated into various formats, including written explanations, video tutorials, simulations, or a comprehensive combination of all. This new method of lesson personalization, known as adaptive lessons, uses technology to deliver lessons on demand and facilitate assessments.
So that should give you an idea. You can always check it on our website. If anybody has any question, let me know. I'm available.
We have a question from Mehrul Nisa, and she asks, are these available for technical skill-based or generic, like maths and physics?
So we are predominantly a STEM school. So we help you in STEM subjects. So if you're interested in any of the STEM courses, we'll be able to help you on that. Maranisa, send us some details to Rafia, and she should be able to connect with you, share your contact information with her, and she'll be able to guide you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Naeem Said and Dr. Samia Rahman Dogar. Now, as we conclude, let's carry the echoes of today's insights into a
Yes,
future where
please,
education,
for a
AI
couple of
dance,
minutes.
is harmony.
For a couple of minutes, Israr Ahmed. He is asking that I have applied for the registration, and Israr, you can contact right now with me, with Rafia, or anyone. Our team will be available for you. Thank you.
Mhm. Yeah.
Dr. Samreen Ali asks, how would it help the teachers in the preparation of their lectures?
So all these lessons are fully built, so teachers can go through it and they can figure out, and they can figure out the steps that we have put together. So every lesson has many steps in it. So it will tell you how to teach a student. For example, you're teaching someone Adam. It will tell you how to teach them, what video you should show them, what kind of simulation you can show them. All those things will be available to you, and you can just use that information and teach them in your class. You can also run those lessons, and those lessons will play a very important role in because see what happens is when you're teaching in a classroom, after 40 minutes the learning ends. But if your student can still get your lecture when they get home, or even later at night, if they can watch it, they'll be able to continue to learn from what you want to teach them. And that's what our lessons do. So they stay with the student. You can say, okay, here's your link, go and study. I just told you all this, I showed you all this. Now if you still don't understand it, go home and study again, and go through this lesson again. So that's how these lessons are built. Once you go through our website, you should be able to see how clearly they define how the concepts have to be shown to a student so they can learn. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you,
Sir,
Dr. Naeem.
question from Nisar Ahmed Katayar. He says, Sir, are there any subjects about environment?
No, we only focus on STEM. We are working on other subjects also, but they are not ready at this moment. So only the STEM courses.
Thank you so much. Dr. Saab, Sarah Learning Global can support and can provide environmental related courses. If someone is interested, please reach out to Naba.
Right. Excellent.
Sir, there is a question from Noman Khan. He says, is it free and how to use it?
So, well, and there's no free lunches, obviously, but it is worth every penny. We are running some specials, and you should be able to contact Rafia, and she should be able to guide you. How much does it cost to connect to? If you want to study at your own, it's very economical. If you want a teacher to teach you, then obviously the price changes because the teacher has to be paid. So there is a cost.
I would like to add, Dr. Sayed, we are providing at this time scholarship for the students as well. You may contact with the Rafia. So if you are a student, then maybe we will be able to provide you a scholarship.
Okay. Sounds good.
As Dr. Samia Rahman Dogar mentioned and Dr. Naim said, if anybody has absolutely any questions regarding IQRS schools, please look into the website link that I've shared within the chat box and the number. You may contact with me and I'll be there to answer any and all queries related to IQRS schools. And again, thank you Dr. Naim Said and thank you Dr. Samia Rahman Dogar for taking out so much time for us and answering all of our queries. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sarah Learning and Rafia. Thank you so much.
Sounds good. Assalamu alaikum all. Hafiz.
Thank you very much. Sadhguru says integrity, insight, and inclusiveness are three essential qualities of leadership. If these three eyes had a tangible hold, we would surely see them as Mr. Abdul Ghani Rajput, a person with deep vision in learning and development, certified with institutional designing and instructional designing, former director at STEFTA, Specialty Specialist at Colombo Plant Staff College, Senior E-Learning Developer at UN Envisioning, and the current uh, Visionary Officer at Sarah Learning Global. I would want Sir Abdul Ghani to take over and give us an insight into e-learning.
Thank you, Ms. Naba. Thank you so much, everyone. First of all, I would like to explain idea behind this skilling symposium we are organizing. Basically, globally, around the world, the opportunities for the freelancing and the for the globalization, everyone wants to connect with the global market. And Sarah Learning, trying to support Pakistani youth to connect with the global market through the digital technologies. Nowadays, you know that the concept of digital technologies in terms of AI, cybersecurity, and Amazon, DevOps, Amazon, Microsoft Azure, those are the highly demanded technology around the world. And if you see the statistics, you will find that, there is a shortage of, a trend and skills people globally, especially if I'll talk about, like, for example, the cybersecurity. Every year, there's a shortage of around more than 30,000, more than around 60,000. Exact number, I don't have it, but more than 60,000 jobs are still available in the market. And we don't, like the big companies, they didn't find the right skills person. In addition to this, if you see their remuneration, their salary is more than like $100,000 a year. So, and you can work remotely. So those another example is the like the digital learning, e-learning solution development. And nowadays, after the COVID, each company, like a small, medium enterprise or big companies, they are trying to move their capacity building program through the use of the digital technologies, just like e-learning or through the a digital learning solution, AI-based solution. They are incorporating AI to offer a digital learning program. Nowadays, new technologies also incorporating in the capacity building programs, such as virtual reality, augmented reality, gamifications. There are a number of things moving around the world. So based on those requirements and those need, we thought that why not we can support Pakistan community and Pakistan youth to develop their skills through international speakers. So yesterday, we have invited around 8 speakers from different, countries. Like yesterday, our speakers joined from Hong Kong. She was, director UNESCO. She talked about sustainability topics, and she explained how sustainability link with the digitalization. Then we do have our international speaker from Dubai, Ms. Sadaf Abid. She was so generous to talk about the on the entrepreneurship and how you can use technology to become entrepreneurs. And we do have our expert from Philippine, Dozer Drizzle Pablo. She's expert on Microsoft 365 digital marketing tool. She talked about it on it. Now today we have more expert from international community. So today you will see there are a number of expert. They will join and they will talk about different areas. Like we do have one expert to talk on the data analytics. Nowadays data analytics is a hot topic, and you will see we will the speaker from Ghana, he will talk about on it. So there are speakers, and we are trying to support, trying to uh, facilitate youth of Pakistan to build their skills and knowledge in order to support the overall what we call the digital economy of Pakistan. So that's our ultimate goal. This is only not the one symposium. We have a target to train at least 50,000 youth of Pakistan on digital technologies, which include, as I said earlier, AI, which include cybersecurity, which include project management, which include cloud computing, which include e-commerce. So this is our first program. Next program we are going to organize, after 2 months. Every 2 months we will have a program from international speaker. They will join. Yesterday, our speaker also offered, discount token to get the discount on the Microsoft certification. We will have similar discounts in near future. You will see. Like the cyber security, we are going to offer in our next symposium, which will be having after 2 months. Then in that, in order to select the topic for the next symposium, we are thinking to carry out a survey so that we can get the requirement from all the participants who have attended Pakistan Skilling Symposium #1. We will share the feedback. We will share a survey so that they can provide their requirement. Based on their requirement, we are going to offer a second Microsoft Skilling Pakistan Skilling Symposium in the after 2 months. That's all about the Pakistan Skilling Symposium, and that's the idea behind it. And we have a target to train at least 50,000 youth, and we have a target to facilitate in their certification, to get their certification. That's the ultimate goal of the Sarah Learning Global. So Sarah Learning Global is based in USA, and we our ultimate goal is to transform the learning with the help of the technology. That's the concept of the Pakistan Skilling Symposium. Let's move towards digital learning solution. Okay, so before we are going to move to digital learning solution, I would like to share first okay, let me share you about the Sarah Learning, about what Sarah Learning is doing nowadays. So as I said earlier, we do have a We do support, small, medium enterprises as well as individual to develop their their capacity building program through the technologies. We are offering, number of services and number of, products to our clients. So we do offer, development of digital curriculum. All right, we do offer instructional design service. Nowadays, instructional design is the most demanded occupation around the world. Okay, so let's suppose if I can show you, like, can you open the LinkedIn over here? And I can show you how many remote jobs are available around the world, specifically in the US market. And those market, you can easily, you can easily get a job from Pakistan, and you can easily earn, like, in a month, more than 40,000, 30,000 easily. It's easy if you have if you have skills on instructional design. I'm guaranteeing, I'm telling to you that you can easily get a job. So for example, just I type instructional design in Albany, New York. You see, there are too many jobs over there. Certified, see, teacher, child, senior technical developer, instructional designer. Just hold a minute. I have to share my another screen. Please, can you?
When you said you have gone mute.
Okay, now can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear? All right, thank you. So you see, I'm sharing experience. You just type instructional design occupation in the LinkedIn profile. You will find thousands of jobs. Remote jobs are available, and the on-site jobs are available. Hybrid jobs are available. I don't know why my link. Can you see my LinkedIn profile? I'm just sharing my LinkedIn profile. So
no, sir, it's not visible.
So what can you see right now?
Sarah Learning's website.
Okay, I have to share my screen. Hold a minute. So that's all about technology, Now, can you see my screen with LinkedIn?
It's visible.
All right, thank you so much. So just I'm sharing, I'm showing you how much potential have, like, the instructional design occupation have it. Just I want to show you. See, I just type, instructional design, and just type in the US market. You see thousands of instructional design freelancing, e-learning freelancer. Thousands of jobs are available. You can access those jobs from Pakistan. And the Sarah Learning Global can facilitate this process. We can facilitate this process, and we can support you to get an instructional design or e-learning freelancing position from Pakistan to the US market. That is the ultimate goal we are supporting over here. You see, so those are the jobs are available for you. You just build your, if you are a teacher, if you are a trainer, I think it's easy for you to build to start your career in the instructional design field, in the e-learning development field, in the digital learning solution development field. Nowadays, we are digital learning solution is moving towards virtual reality and augmented reality. Now the training is transforming through the virtual reality and augmented reality. You will see within few years in Pakistan, there's a requirement for the skilled people. They can develop the digital learning solution with the help of the virtual reality and augmented reality. We can support you. We can facilitate you. So can you share the Say Learning website again? If you have any question, please feel free to write down your question in the chat box. So we are offering instructional design services to our clients, to the corporate sector, to the small medium enterprise, and we do have, like, we are also offering individual need basis requirement if anyone is interested. We are also supporting e-learning development, services for the custom e-learning development, mobile learning development. We are also supporting learning management system integration. We are also providing training, training on how to digitalize your training program, how to digitalize your courses. That's will enhance the learning experience of the learner, because from the student point of view, student nowadays, they are really looking something innovative, something different, so that they can acquire required skills in a minimum time, in a quickest way. So we are also offering training through the use of articulate 360 instructional design and all other things. Those are our clients. If you see, we do have big names in our portfolio. We are working for United Nations Environment Program. We do have our a long-term agreement with them to facilitate their e-learning solution. We work for UNESCO. So those are the things. All right. So let me show you quickly the Sarah Learning LMS. That's the LMS is we are going to support with you, and that LMS will provide you free access courses of the e-learning. All right. So that's the idea. After the close of the symposium, we have an idea to share this LMS to all of you, to all community of Pakistan, to get access free courses from Sarah Learning. And those courses are market oriented, demand oriented, and those courses will build your what we call uh, will build your capacity, how to get a job in the job market, how to just a minute. All right. How to write a CV. So this is Sarah Learning LMS. Okay, it's a learning management system, and we hosted number of free courses over here. So I'll show you over here. So quickly, you see, there is a course which is about cyber safe learning. Okay, that's belongs to cyber security course. All right. So the guy was asking Mr. Mohammed Mohsin about cyber security class. So you can get free class about the cyber safe learning. Okay, I can show you. Okay, so okay, so if you click here, you see the right now, because we didn't share those courses to any of the student right now, but we want to share those courses very soon, and those are the free courses for you. If you click here, cyber safe learning course, the course page will open. And so in the course page, you will find banner. Then there is the introduction about the course. Okay, what is all about this course? All right, in this course you will find a syllabus file, so that you can easily understand what is the duration of the course, what are the learning objectives, what is the prerequisite of the courses. If you click here, the syllabus file will open. Okay, that syllabus file will tell you the overall content about the cyber safe learning training program. So if you go down, so you see, this is the course outline. This you will get the course certificate completion, content duration. All right, you will get the learning objectives. So that is the syllabus file. So if you go to the course again, to the course page again, so in the course page, if you click here, course book. So we are also developing a course workbook. Why we are developing a course workbook? Because we know that in Pakistan, in remote areas, there is a connectivity issue of the internet. So we thought that why not we should have a workbook. If someone has an internet issue, they can download the workbook, they can learn it, and they can take the exam at the end of the course, and they can get the certificate. So that's all about the workbook. So we are developing the workbook is also available for your facilitation, for your ease of understanding. All right, to learn about the cyber security. Then if you go over here again, so then we develop interactive module. All right, then we develop interactive module number 1, which is about digital world. So if you click here, those interactive module are very interesting, very innovative. So you can easily learn about the cyber security, the basics of the cyber security. So you see over there, the module 1 is about digital world. So if you click here next, so we have a scenario. Teresa, she's struggling to understand the digital world. How she can part of the digital world. So but why? So let's find out more. They click here, then they they get the case from different experts. So they are providing, you have to click it, learner has to click. You see how engaging this course is. Then you have to go next. Then those are the learning objectives. They have to learn, okay, what are the learning objectives covered in this module. Then those, if you go next, what is digital world? Okay, then if you go quickly, then if you click each of the picture, you see how engaging course we have developed for you, so that you can easily learn about the cyber security. So quickly I can go to the next course, because we don't have much time to show you all of the courses. So maybe I can go to show you another course. That's the next course, which is about land your dream job. Okay, so in land your dream job, you will learn what is CB, how to connect with the employer, what are the interview tips. All the things are available in the land your job dream. Then we do have like basics of e-learning. That's very innovative and gamification course we have developed for you, for the youth of Pakistan, so they can learn the e-learning and they can start their freelancing job very quickly and easily. So I'm not going to share the syllabus file. I'll just quickly show you the interactive module. So I click here. Once I click, you will see the interactive module, how engaging the course we have developed it. I hope you can see the sound. I hope you can listen the music.
Hi there. So you finally decided to take the plunge and learn about the basics of e-learning. Congratulations.
Okay, now you have to click here to start your course. Just you click here. Once you click, you have to type your name over here. That's really important. I hope you can listen the music and background sound. You have to type your name, then proceed further. So there's a video you see.
Hi. My name is Elaine, and I'm going to guide you through this journey. In this course, we will be talking about this exciting world called e-learning or digital learning. There are 5 modules in this course, each module showing different facets of e-learning. It may sound intimidating at first, but I guarantee that you will finish this course with a whole new understanding about it. The first module talks about what e-learning is, including the evolution of learning and elements of e-learning. The second module is all about the benefits of e-learning. In the third module,
Let me stop over here. I can tell you, the learner cannot move forward until and unless they have to finish the existing slide. That's the beauty of the e-learning. Okay, some of the students, they skip and they can finish the course quickly. This is not the case over here. They have to take all the lessons in over here through the videos, through the micro learning concept, through the gamification approach. Then they will get the certificate.
Start with e-learning projects. There, you will see the manpower needed for projects, the skills that you need to master, the process of creating e-learning projects, and the tools that you will need to start your first course. The last module will teach you how to publish and distribute your e-learning course. Remember, this is a self-paced course, so you can pause, rewind, and replay as much as you want, till you can fully understand the topic. There's no rush. That's one of the beauties of e-learning.
Then next, you have to click next. Then you click the next, you will see those are the modules. First module is about what is e-learning, then wins of the e-learning, life cycle of the e-learning example. So when you click module number 1, then under module number 1, there are 3 lessons. First lesson, we develop about the evaluation of the workplace learning. If you click here, how the workplace learning was evolved. So you will learn, the evaluation of the workplace learning. We developed this program through the huge research. We did a huge research. We started how the workplace learning was evolved from the prehistoric time. So if you click here, you will see we develop a very intimated video to show you the concept of that training.
Unga. I am Bam Bam from prehistoric times. There is no formal training during this time. I follow mother and father when they go fishing, hunting, gathering, and making fires. This is first training method.
Okay, then you have to go back next. You see, you can go back next. You cannot go to the next, next slide unless you have to finish all of the videos over here. Then the Greek civilization, you have to click here.
Care. I am Hephaestus, a blacksmith trainee in ancient Athens, Greece. Our masters believe that it is frequent repetition that produces a natural tendency. The philosopher Aristotle said that. We believe that repetition is what makes our craft and skills perfect.
Then you have to go back and you have to you have to click here cross. So you see all there. If you click, how about the 21st century, click here, you will learn about the 21st century.
안녕하세요. I'm Seokjin from South Korea. Our country has one of the most advanced e-learning technologies in the 21st century. Truly, training is now accessible anywhere. It's still able to present complex learning solutions. At the moment, I'm working remotely.
All right, so I'm not going to share all the content over here, just an example I showed you. So once again, I have to go to the LMS, the course page. I have to close this. Okay, so here is the course page. Then once you finish the interactive module, you have to take the quiz. There is a quiz at the end. Then you have to provide the feedback. And finally, you will get the certificate. So you see, you get the international certificate from Sarah Learning Global on the, on different topics like the basics of e-learning, cybersecurity. Those are free. All right, those are free. In addition to this, now we are going to launch a program. Okay. That program is called, e-learning development, and e-learning development for youth of Pakistan. And there's a specialized program, and that program basically like it's like a cross-cutting program in which first week you will have a training, okay, like a theoretical training. Then 3 months you have a practical training. All right. Then after 3 months, you will have a guaranteed job in Sarah Learning Global. We are looking instructional designer to support us in the development of the courses for our LMS. So we are going to launch a course, okay. And that course basically a 3-month course, and in that course we are going to only select 10 students. All right. And there are some requirements. Okay, requirements will be shared later on. Out of 10 students, we will select only 3. Those 3 will get a guaranteed job. All right. So how they will get the job? Once you will finish your training, you will have a like a paid traineeship program at Sarah Learning, 3 months. At the end of the 3 months, we will conduct a final exam for all of the 10 students. The top 3 will get a job in Sarah Learning Global. That's the program beauty we are going to launch, and hopefully everyone, we are receiving requests from different individuals, specifically from students. They are really interested to get to enroll in that program, but we do have very limited seats. And because we want to train quality instructional designer or e-learning developer. So that's a program we are going to launch, and the more detail will share you Naba and Saud. All right, so you see, so this is the LMS, and we have a target to at least 50 courses should be there over here in this LMS. And you will see this LMS will be available very soon to the National Internship Program of Pakistan. They are collaborating with us to get access, so that the intern of the National Internship Program, they can get courses from here, and they can build their skills and knowledge. So, so those are the things we have in our mind. In addition to this, we are also offering a course which is called, data analytics, and that's a really interesting and amazing course. And we are offering that course with the collaboration with, Fred Excel. Fred Excel is an international company, and they are going to facilitate that course with us. So I think it's a right time to get into the field, try to learn new skills so that you can support yourself, and ultimately you can support the digital economy of Pakistan. That's the ultimate goal of Sara Learning Global. So I think thank you so much from my side. I can see there are questions. Okay, so maybe I can try to address those questions. All right, so okay. All right, so first question is cybersecurity class. I already addressed this question. Okay, the second question, duration of course and how approach any scholarship. I think at the end I said that now we are going to offer a paid program. Okay, that paid program lead to guaranteed job. Okay, only for 3 candidates out of 10 candidates. We are going to launch a course. Okay, that's a 3-month course in which 1 week is a theoretical class, and 3 months for the paid traineeship program. Then after that, there will be a final exam. Okay. So once in the final exam, top 3 contestants will get a job in Sara Learning Global as a e-learning experts. Those experts are going to develop our courses, and those courses will be uploaded to the Sara Learning LMS. Okay, so I hope you get the duration. Then how can we enroll as a teacher, as a students? Okay, that's information definitely will be communicated to you later on. Okay, thank you so much for excellent efforts, and Jazakallah. Kindly explain how to approach the LMS of Sara Learning. Yeah, that's definitely once the program is over, we are going to provide you a feedback form. In the feedback form, we will give you the after the submission of the feedback form, we will give you the access of the Sara Learning Global LMS with the key, with the enrollment key, so that you can easily get the free courses. Okay. What is the full form of the LMS? I said a learning management system. Learning management system is a training delivery platform where you can deliver your courses. All right. Any courses available for education. So you see the basics of e-learning is only for education, only for teachers, only for students. They really want to build their skills and knowledge in the field of digital learning. All right, so that's the that's the education related courses. Okay, so I think I try to address all the questions. If you still have any question, Nisar, you want to ask, I saw you raise your hand, so please type your question in the question answer chat box, so that we can answer your question. Specific educational curriculum, as I said that we have a target to upload at least 50 courses in Sara Learning LMS. So definitely in those 50 courses we will have educational related curriculum. Definitely we will see. In addition to this, I said earlier, after the symposium will over, we are going to organize another symposium that will be held after 2 months. But before we are going to organize a symposium, we are throwing a survey, and that survey we are going to ask your requirements. What do you want to learn from Sara Learning? How we are going to support you? So you can write it down your requirements in that survey. We will ensure that we will address all of the requirements in our rest of the 5 symposium. I hope I address your question, specific educational curriculum related. All right. How we get the enrollment key? I already explained, Mr. Asif. Once today we will finish the symposium. You will get a feedback link. You will submit your feedback form. Once you submit your feedback form, we will send you the LMS link as well as the enrollment key. Okay. Will there any course of ethical hacking? Right now, we do have only one course. That's the cyber safe learning. But the next we will have ethical hacking course as well. We have Abdullah Rajput. He is certified, a cyber security expert with us. So we are planning to develop a one course in ethical hacking. All right. Oh, so thank you so much. Any other questions? So wow, I'm so excited that we are receiving so many questions. Explain skills technical. Okay, skills are basically, like you can consider like hands-on practice, hands-on things you have to do a task with your hands. That's called skills. Okay. For example, in a lay language, in a normal language, I can say that if you go a car mechanic shop, the car mechanic guy is fixing your car or changing the oil. Okay, that's a skill. How to change a oil, how to change a tire, that's a skills. Okay. So that's the example of a skill. All right, I hope I answered your question. All right, how to get consistency in course? Okay, that's really a good question. As I said it, it's not easy job. It's really difficult. That's why we are trying to hire more people so that we can consistently develop courses and we can facilitate youth of Pakistan. Yeah, it's not an easy job. I do understand. It's really amazing question. That's why we are offering a course, and in that course, we are going to train them our partners. We have our partner, like as I said it, we are working with UNEP. We are with we are working with another organization which is called EduWeb. We are working with them. We are working with FedExel. So definitely we need more courses. We have to support our client. We have to support our students. So in order to address their requirement, we need more human resources. In order to get the trained human resources, we have to tend to them first. All right. Scholarship also will be available right now. As I said it, the course, if you see the instructional design or e-learning course in the international market, it's a very high rate cost. Like the course fees is too much. If you go and just explore, you will see minimum you can find more than $500-$600 for a course, for a 1 week course. Okay, maybe that's a minimum. I'm saying it could be more than $1,000, but we are going to offer in Pakistan rupees, and that could be less than that price, which is the international market. All right, so that could you consider as scholarship. इसको करने के लिए हमारा एम क्या होना चाहिए? अल्टीमेटली योर एम शुड बी दैट you can build your career in the digital learning solution development, so that you can contribute in the freelancing, and you can earn and you can support your country as well as your family. Okay, so I think I have addressed all the questions. Thank you so much. It's so exciting, it's so encouraging me to answer all of your question, all of your requirements. I'm so happy. Feel free to connect with us. You can connect with Naba, you can connect with Saud. They are based in Pakistan. I based in USA. So if you need my help, feel free to connect with me through the LinkedIn. I can facilitate you. I can support you. Thank you so much. Over to you, Naba.
Thank you, Mr. Abdul Ghani. As I already mentioned in the morning, it has been pretty insightful of Abdul Ghani Saab to give us such a platform, and let us have a learning platform where learning never stops. Now, Rafia would be calling upon the next guest.
On to our special address number 3, where we delve into accelerating employability of youth through enterprise-based training. It's a pleasure to introduce our distinguished speaker, Mr. Said Nazar Ali, the General Secretary of the Employees Federation of Pakistan. With his wealth of experience, Mr. Ali is set to guide us through the transformative landscape of empowering youth for a more employable future. Without further delay, let's glean insights from Mr. Said Nazar Ali on his crucial topic.
Thank you, Naba. Assalamu alaikum, and very good morning to everyone virtually connected to this webinar on Pakistan Skilling Symposium 2023. I would like to begin by expressing my gratitude to Sara Learning, and particularly Abdul Ghani, for taking this initiative of holding this Pakistan Skilling Symposium 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, the employability of the workforce or the individual is directly linked with the technical competence he or she possesses. And technical education and vocational training is the process of developing skills, knowledge, and attitude necessary required to acquire a competence and work in any occupation or self-employment within this occupation. But simply imparting technical vocational training is not sufficient or not promote employability. Unless the skills imparted is of quality and relevant. When I say relevant, I means those skills or occupations or the trades are needed in the market or to the local or international employers. And when it comes to the quality, we means the individual must have the ability to perform at the workplace to the standards of the employers or with whom he is working. Normally, technical vocational training institutions are predominantly supply driven. And if we see particularly in the region and particularly in Pakistan, one of the reasons of unemployability amongst the TVET graduate is either the irrelevance or the quality of training. And this could only be addressed by choosing and adopting the right way of skills development and engaging with the stakeholders, particularly the employers, who are the end user of this technical education or vocational training trainees. And that is the market for the skilled people. Pakistan at the present is having 64% of its population as a youth, means less than 30%, 30 years of age. Out of this, more than 30% are within the age limit of 15 to 29, which is a really king age. And currently, we are faced, as you know, that currently we are faced with the acute problem of unemployment and underemployment. And the position is aggravating every year with the entrance of more and more young people in the labor market in comparison to the jobs being created, which is mainly because of the low growth and the development, and also because of the inability of the TVET system to develop a workforce that is needed in the market. It is a general perspective in the labor market of the developing countries that their education and training systems are normally not aligned with the labor market needs. With the results, at the one place they have qualified and trained people roaming with degrees and diplomas and certificate in their hand for employment. And on the other side, the business and the industry is looking for the people of their choice to run their industries and their factories. And if we see, the lack of skills is one of the major reasons of unemployment, poverty, and the lack of growth in the industry, and particularly innovation and productivity, which is the main constituent of competitiveness. In order to address this challenge of unemployability, it is important that the youth is provided with their skills, and skills, demand-driven skills. That requires to build in a systems which is geared to anticipate, develop the trainees as per existing need of the market and the foreseeable future need of the market. There are a number of skills development system and processes, the institutional training, and then enterprise-based training. And both have its own advantages and disadvantages. But when it comes to the enterprise-based training, it means the training programs which are implemented at the workplace, within the industries. And it may be apprenticeship program. Normally, enterprise-based training is apprenticeship training, apprenticeship programs. Then traineeship, which different companies run to develop a specific skills of their employees or the youth as per their requirement. But they are these small programs of 3 months, 2 months, 200. And there is a dual model of training. The dual system is one in which the partly training is given within the institution and partly training is given on the job under the actual workplace. The enterprise-based training has a number of advantages over institutional training. And the need of enterprise-based training is increasing with the increasing need of a work-ready workforce by the industry. The institutions, whatever the level of the institution is, whatever the quality of training institution is, cannot develop work-ready workforce. After the training in the institutions, trainings need to go for on-the-job training to apply that skills and knowledge which they have acquired in the institution at the workplace. So, with the increasing need of a demand-driven training or a customized training or a specific skills, the need of the enterprise-based training is increasing. And under the apprenticeship, enterprise-based training is one where the advantages are where the individuals earn while learning their skills as apprenticeship programs. It is a program in which trainees are placed or engaged by the industry under a contract and then they train them. And since the trainees learn the trades under the actual working environment, they not only learn the skills and knowledge, but they also develop the attitude which is required to perform at the company or at any place, even at your self-employment. While the institutions cannot develop this attitude. And this is the reasons, if we carry out a survey of the passed out of our graduate of particularly in the diploma classes, we will see the large number of training, even after completing their diploma, are engaged in economic activities which is not relevant to their trade or their education. Since we lack and there is no system of vocational guidance, career counseling, or a very limited system of career counseling or vocational guidance. Then the trainees take admission into vocational training or technical education, but they do have the aptitude, but they don't have the attitude to work in the industries. I have seen during the interviews that many of the people go for automobile trainings with the view that they love automobiles. The question comes whether they love automobile, they want to have a good cars, to drive the cars, or to work under the cars, they have with dirty hands and mobiles, oils. So it is very important that the technical people learning this skill must also have the attitude to work within the industry. And the enterprise-based training, while giving training and learn skills, also develop this attitude. Now, with the increased demand of technology and the application of modern technologies at the workplace, as a result of industrial revolution, fast technological advancement, and the companies, to remain competitive in the market, are adopting most sophisticated and innovative working processes to increase their production, to increase their qualities. And this is generating a need of a more trained and qualified people. And since the institute has the limitation of equipment, incubations, and the real machinery, particularly because of the cost involved in these automatic machineries, it is not possible to develop the trainees or skills that is needed to the industry. So enterprise-based training is the only solution for developing a workforce as per need of the industry. It also has the advantage that it imparts training under the actual working conditions, and the trainees come across with a number of issues and problems while working with their seniors, and then which they learn to how to resolve these problems, how to identify these faults while learning their trade, which is not possible in the institutions. Now, I'm really happy that Sara Learning has arranged this very important symposium on a very important area, particularly digitalization, covering the more area, digitalizations and computing. The technology and digitalizations are the most important mega trend of the futures. The digitalizations or digital transformation has already shown a result, and the companies had already adopted this. So if we see the need for the future skills or the future trends would be IoT, Internet of Training, blockchain, artificial intelligence, big data, analytical skills, and these are the areas where enterprise training model will be the most suitable and most appropriate training model, because in this, trainees will be learning while performing their work at the workplace. They will be having more opportunities to learn and apply at the same time, which is not possible during the institutional training. I'm really very happy to see that Sara Learning is not taking this event or symposium as a one-time event. And they have also arranged or planned to have a training programs on these emerging technologies and trades that will definitely help building the Pakistani youth in areas, in skills which are demanded not locally, but also in the global market. And that will help migration of Pakistani workers to other countries, means they will be making remittance to this country, which is very important for the development of Pakistan. Highly skilled or skilled people are more valuable and more demanded in the international market. At the moment, the Pakistani workforce is normally working in low skills areas. The only reason is because these skills are not available. But I'm sure with this new training programs, online training programs, and use of computers or computer skills, which is also aligned with the objective of the government. The government is making more focus on IT technology, IT to for the export of manpower. Such activities will help us to develop our workforce according to the need of the local and international market. With this, I would once again thanks Sara Learning, and I would also like to thank Sindh Technical Education and Vocational Training Authority, who really, under their new leadership, have realized the importance of such symposiums and have decided and are working on having such symposium on a regular basis, so as to provide a forum or a platform to the private practitioners from Pakistan with other countries, with the countries having developed system of education and training, to learn from their experiences and then implement those experiences in Pakistan after making adjustment as per need of the local. Thank you.
Assalamu, sir. Sir,
Alaikum assalam, Ghani. How are you?
I'm fine, sir. I'm fine. Thank you so much for the insightful speech and keynote speech. So we do have a question. First, can you explain? Someone is asking about economic of Pakistan. What is economic of Pakistan?
Economy of Pakistan, as further, Pakistan is passing through the worst economic crisis. Everybody knows that the growth rate has come down, and there is because the industry is in a real trouble because there is an issue of import substitutes. Even the exporting companies are not getting LCs. So there are issues, a number of issues. High inflation, everything. So economy of Pakistan at the moment is, yes, the measures are being taken by the government to boost this economy. But to address these issues, development of youth and equipping the youth with skills demanded in the local and international market, and expansion and development of a local industry is the only solution of increasing unemployment, low growth. We need to rely on Pakistani industry. We need to bring innovation and quality in our products and our industry, which is only possible when we will be having a good workforce.
Thank you, sir. We have another question. Would impressive informative presentation, Pakistan Skilling Passport will encourage and helpful towards workforce mobility. Would you like to highlight on skills passport for the audience, please?
As you know, in Pakistan, more than 80% people are learning their skills through informal system. And one of the problems with the informal system is the people do get the skills, but they don't get the certification. And now in the era of compulsory certification regime, the people without certification are not able to get the employment locally or internationally. So this skill passport is basically aimed to recognize and certify the informally acquired skills of the individuals, and definitely it will help to increase the mobility of the Pakistani workforce within the country and outside the country. it will be a game changer in promoting overseas employment for Pakistani. You know, the majority of the Pakistani workers working in Middle East are now facing the problem of certifications. And after the implementation of a compulsory certification regime in the Gulf countries, majority of the workers are returning to their countries. And when they return, they also find the same issues. They do have the skills, but their skill they don't have any proof of their skills, and then they find difficulties in making their transition into employment. And whereas the employers get lost because they are not capable of capitalizing and using that enhanced skills which the migrant worker acquire while they are working outside. Is it okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. I think you have well covered the questions. So, dear audience, if you have any other questions from Syed Nazili, please feel free to ask.
Don't.
Mr. Nisar Ahmed, I think you raised the hand. Please, if you have any question, you can type in the question answer box. I think we don't have any further questions. So over to you, Naba. Thank you so much, Syed Nazali. I think Naba will say you more thanks about you. Thank you, sir.
Thank
Naba,
you,
over
Adi.
to you.
Thanks to everyone.
In closing, our heartfelt thanks to Mr. Said Nazar Ali for shedding light on youth employability through enterprise-based training. As we navigate the evolving landscape of education and employment, let's carry the spirit of empowerment forward. Until our next dialogue on progress and innovation, let today's insight guide us towards a brighter and more empowered future. Thank you, Mr. Ali, for your valuable contributions.
Thank you, Naba.
Saud, can you stop the screen sharing? I would like to say something to audience. I think we have a time before, yeah. Thank you so much. I forget to discuss a point with all of the audience that is very important, from the perspective of the technology. So maybe I can share a screen right now, and I would like to ask some of the question from the audience. And please feel free to write down your answer to the chat box. So can you share the screen? So yes, participants, can you see my screen? I hope you can see my screen. Saud, can you see my screen?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
So, dear distinguished participants, can you explain me about this picture? What do you get from this picture? What do you think about this picture? What information it's communicating to you? Please write down your answer in the chat box. I hope it's a clear message, and I want to get the answer from the audience side. So let's see what's your response. You can type your answer in the chat box so that I can discuss it further. Dear participants, I would be happy to receive your response about this picture. Could you explain me about this picture? What message is it's communicating to us? So I have, I think, to answer. Okay. 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 I think we have towards the right destination, like successfully. I think you are not near to the answer, Mr. Mohsin. Okay, I think someone anonymous. This is about the robots will replace human. Yeah, exactly. That's the right answer. And I think Sher Ghazi, you're also right. Tech is replacing human beings. Yeah, artificial intelligence. Somehow you can say, Mr. Asif. But I think the right answer is tech is replacing human being. The idea is that the robots and the computer technologies, they are replacing human being due to the reasons, there is a scareness in the human being, like in future the robots will take over their jobs. So do you think your job in a dangerous position because of the technology, because of the AI, because of the the robots? So do you think your jobs are in dangerous? I want to listen answer. You can type this in the chat box. Okay, Mehrun Nisa, she typed yes. All right. Maybe. Okay. I think someone is asking about the freelancing. We will talk later on it. There is a topic. There is a presentation. Okay. Yes. Most of the jobs are in dangerous. Yes. Okay. Like maybe I can ask a question. So majority of the parts, one of the participants said that no, but majority of the participants, I can say 90%, they are saying that yes, their jobs are in dangerous. Like, say Ms. Mehnisa, yes, robots and AI will replace the jobs. Shergazi is saying yes, until unless we cannot equip ourselves with the latest technology and updated software. Okay. Maybe I can ask another question from all of you. All right. So like make it more specific. How much percentage of chances are there the jobs of a like a I can say the auditor job will replace by computer, will replace by human being? How much percentage chances are there? I need answer in any guess. Out of 100%, you can type there. Okay, maybe 20%, maybe 10%, maybe 50%. How much percentage of chances are there the auditor or the finance related job will be taken over by robots or computer? Can you type the answer in the chat box? Okay, maximum jobs are in danger, including ours. Okay, Rajasab, let me explain this later on. Okay, thank you, sir. 80%, 96%. All right. Okay. Any other answer? Okay. Any other person? 90%, 45%, 70%. All right. Okay. So I think it is more than 90%. Why I'm saying it is more than 90%? Because okay, the answer I'll give you later on. Okay, I'll ask next question, because right now we have majority of them teachers and students, or maybe some freelancer. How much percentage of chances are there teachers job will be replaced by computer? How much percentage chances are there? Just type your answer. Raja Saab said that everyone jobs are in dangerous. Okay. So like Muhammad Asif says 0, Main is a 95. Because okay, Shergazi documents 70%, 90%. All right. Anyone else? Raja, what do you think about this question? Okay, 90%, 70%, 95%. So teachers' jobs, it means that all the teachers, trainer, instructor, their jobs are in dangerous as per your response. All right. But the reality is that less than or maybe 1% chance is there teacher's job will be replaced by computer. Mr. Asif answer is correct. Mr. Asif, you answer correctly. I must clap for you. Can you give me reasons? Can you write the reasons? Why do you say that the teacher jobs will not replaced by computer? I can open your mic. Okay, Asif. Hold a minute. Okay. Yes, Mr. Asif, you can speak. Hello, Mr. Asif.
Assalamu alaikum.
Okay. Walaikum salam.
Sir, a teacher cannot change with any computer or artificial intelligence, because teacher need in every step, in every teacher already teacher need everything, everywhere for his
So,
teaching.
okay, you can explain. I got it. Your point. Teacher is required in every aspect of teaching and learning process. That's your answer. Am I right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much, Asif. I must appreciate you. You come up and you explain your thought. I must appreciate you over here. All right. So maybe the idea is that nowadays every teacher is guiding students and facilitating individuals to get a job. So it is very important to all of you to know which jobs are in dangerous and which jobs are in a safe position. So there is a international research. Okay, which is carried out by one of the institute. Is a big institute in Philippines. They carried a very good research to identify the occupation, to check how much percentage of chances are there their job will be replaced by robots. So maybe I can share you another screen. Hold a minute. Hold a minute. I think something. Okay, hold a minute. Come here. Room. All right. So hold a minute. I have to share my screen. All right, I think you can see my screen now. So there is a website, and in that website, you can get all the occupation information, which occupation are in dangerous position. You can type in your Explorer bar www.robotstakemyjobs.com. Robots take my job.com. All right. So if you type this address in your Explorer bar, it will open a website. In that website, you can type any occupation, and that information will be shared by that website. So I think it's still loading. I have to type it over here. Will robot X job. All right. So here is the website. Okay. So here you can type the occupation. All right. So you can type, for example, I can type instructor. Okay. Instructor or teacher. So you enter it, you will see the results. You can easily see the results. Okay. So you see the result is, okay, you can select instructor like nursing instructor, teachers, and all the things you can select like any other. There are educational related instructor. If you click here, there are subcategories. If you click here, all right, so it's coming. All right, so here is the adult basic education, adult secondary education, English as a secondary instructor. So the calculated risk is 43% and the polling result is 39%. You see the results is showing over here. It's a pool based survey, and all the occupations are mentioned over here. So the idea is that you can utilize this website to check any occupation for your student, for your son, for any of person who is asking any support. You can type the occupation, and based on the result, you can guide them. You can inform them. Okay, what is good for them and what is not good for them as per the digitalization. So that's why I shared you this website. I hope this website could be helpful for you. If you have any question, please feel free to ask regarding this. Okay, to cater all these development in the world of technology, all TVET bodies and concerned authorities must enhance their career guidance and mechanism and assessment tools. Exactly, I agree with you, Mr. Ghazi. Thank you so much. All right, I can answer as my chat is disabled. All right, okay. So I think I address it. Thank you so much. Feel free to ask any question. We are here now. Over to you, Naba or Rafia.
Thank you very much, Hanisab. It's been pretty insightful and interactive. This is basically what we look forward to. We'll look forward to interactive sessions so that we can have our questions answered and we can have the person available for the thoughts that their talk provokes in our mind. We're further going to talk about the learning specialists. South, can you please share the screen? Learning specialists. When we talk about learning, what comes to our mind is a classroom environment or maybe a virtual platform where students are being taught by a teacher and the curriculum is restricted to that of a school environment. Fortunately, the concept of learning has evolved from the school environments into the corporate sector, and now people see learning as a part of each job place. Over the past 1 decade, it has been recognized that the cognitive process of a human mind never stops learning. In each phase of life that a human being encounters, he is actually somewhere still processing the learning mechanism. Learning cannot just be restricted to a school environment scenario because it's bigger than that. Learning happens in each phase of our life. We have been lucky for this generation that the learning specialist jobs have been revised because some of the industrial revolutions realized that the human mind needs to be processed with the updation of the technology and the digitization eras, and people need to be recognized for the way they learn. So learning specialists design or conduct work related training and development programs to improve individual skills or organizational performances. Many organizations analyze training needs to evaluate training effectiveness. The sample of some of the Learning specialists include training specialists, training coordinators, trainers, technical trainers, learning and development specialists, training and development specialists, corporate trainers, learning specialists, training instructors, sales trainers, training supervisors, and talent development specialists. Some of the industries that use learning specialists include restaurants, management of companies and enterprises, computer system designs and related services, business schools and computer management trainings, and local governments, excluding the education and hospital. When it comes to jobs across the world, the largest single category of learning specialists can be found working in the restaurants or maybe the other places. This is so because when the tougher the environment of the organization is, the more training and more learning embedment is needed by the workforce. Other top industries that are actually using the learning specialists include enterprises that is incorporating almost 5.5% of the total system into the learning process. System designing is almost incorporating 4.2%. And the most interesting thing is now our government organizations are also including learning specialists around 3%. So now we need to see what does a learning specialist do at a corporate organization. A great way to understand the type of work learning specialists do would be to examine the actual job postings and focus on the specific skills that employers are seeking. This can help the learner develop an understanding of what he is trying to learn. This being said, I just wanted to give a quick snapshot of the job openings regarding learning specialists. We'll be moving forward to our next trainer, who is already there in waiting for us.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to session 4, where we delve into the cutting-edge realm of empowering educators, automated assignment scoring via Azure OpenAI service ChatGPT. Our guide through this technological frontier is none other than Mr. Wong Chun Yin, a Microsoft Most Valuable Professional hailing from Hong Kong. Brace yourselves for enlightening exploration into the transformative power of technology in education.
Wong, are you there?
Testing. I believe Mr. Wong is here. I'm Marcus. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear
Yeah,
you.
I am here. I am here.
Fantastic. I will be sharing my screen. However, I'm not seeing the option, I'm afraid. Oh, okay. All right. I'm sorry, I'm still not seeing this. Oh,
Now
okay.
you can share your screen.
Oh, fantastic. Okay. Right.
Okay,
Let me
yeah.
just make this full screen.
Yes, we can see you.
Fantastic. Okay. Right. Back to you, Mr. Wong.
Yeah. Okay. We should schedule a. Can we start now, or we need to wait for 5 minutes?
So are we starting now, or do we have
Yeah,
to
you
wait
are
to?
starting. You are starting. We can hear you.
Okay, we can start now. Okay. Yeah, Mr. Wong, please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm Cyrus Wong. I'm from Hong Kong Institution of Technology, and this is my student Marcus. And thank you very much for everyone joining our talk. Today we will share about a automated assessment scoring solution, right? Azure OpenAI Services ChatGPT. But before we have some introduction to myself, maybe can you click on the slide? Yeah, Marcus. Okay. I'm a senior lecturer. I just mentioned I am from Hong Kong, and we are except for the I'm hosting a higher diploma called the Cloud and Data Center Administration in Hong Kong. I'm the program leader, and I run the course. And besides for the Microsoft MVP, I am also a Google Developer expert in GCP, and also AWS Machine Learning Hero. Okay, next slide. Yeah, I would like to share something about my background and also my institution in Hong Kong, a big promotion. For this year, we will have a government scheme. This is a policy support for the international student come to Hong Kong to study in my program. It is a 2-year program. And okay, this next slide. Yeah, this is called the Vocational Professional Administration Scheme for Hong Kong. You see the beautiful photo is our city, and we offer a 2 years pilot program for everyone, including Pakistan and everyone over the world. And we will let any student to take the 2-year full-time course in Hong Kong. After that, we will have to transfer them to working at Hong Kong with a working visa. Can you move next slide? Yeah, this is the detail of the program. One student apply for my courses, then he can come to Hong Kong, stay for 2 years for his higher diploma, and then he don't have to do any special application to our government. Then he can working in Hong Kong for a full-time job. And this is a short briefing about a big promotion for about Hong Kong study. And okay, let's go another slide. Let's get back to our program. For today's course, first of all, I would like to say a statement that says AI will not replacing you. But a person using AI should be. Okay. Now I will move to my context. Is that first of all our agenda? The first part, as mentioned, today we have 1 hour talk, and first half hour I will share about something on large language model, and also some prompt engineering techniques, and then the advanced techniques for prompting, and then the last one will be go to Marcus. Marcus will share our practical process and using large language model. Okay, next. Okay, what is large language model? Yeah, next slide. Oh, okay. Some technical background is that somehow large language model, we can say that this is underlying generated by the human language, a very large amount of text information indexes in the model, and then it is able to do various of tasks whatever you do, and then one of them is a very fast movement and a lot of changes every time. For example, you have some visual model now is a very hot topic. Okay, next slide. Yeah, But something a lot of people using large language model is think about it. Oh, they are just something like ChatGPT. You are just ask for a question, and then if you answer your question, but actually not. Half of the very important topic about large language model is that they are also do the semantic similarity search, is so-called embedding. And for application like today I mentioned, will be make use of the embedding for the for to compare the answer similarity. Okay, next slide. And you can think about level M is not just a auto complete or track something. It is something you consider is a logical engine. A logical engine is you can put some text in, test some out, or test in a vector out, so embedding. Oh, next slide. And for the visualization, what is embedding? And we have a very concrete example up in the next section. And the logic is quite simple. You just put in some texts, and then it will return you a list of number. It is mapped to a vector, and then the vector will go into the vector space. When the data, the meaning of the sentence, which is very similar, it will be very near in the within the distance, so that we can do some clustering or searching for similar sentence, even though it is in different language and different syntax, it will be mapped into the same domain. Next. Okay, here is a very popular architecture, so-called RAG. We will first of all we will index our data using the model, and then save the vector into the vector space database, and then we got a correction. We will send the correction there, the step 3, and then also go through the model, become the vector. We get out of the similarity data from the vector space, and then compose the related content to the correction, and then we can have a very good answer with RAG. Okay, next slide. Now I would like to share some basic technique about prompt engineering. Prompt engineering, I like this definition, is that this is a decorated programming language that allow a developer to program with prompt instead of code. This is very good for you if you are a programmer. In the past, you write Python, but now you can use English to write, or native language to write your program. Okay, next. Okay, now actually, for prompt, you can classify as an instruction and also a context combined together. You need to provide some background information, some instruction to it, and then the language model will give you a feedback. And this you can do a lot of different kind of application. We will show about the scoring assignment today, but you can do whatever you like actually. Next. This is something very different in the past. In the past, you're doing some supervised learning. You need to have prepare your label the data, and then the model, and then you will have to use the model to deployment. It takes a very, very long time for you to label and connect the data. But in the LLM situation, it's very different. Since the model already well divided, and then you can have a lot of data indexed in the from the training. It's ready for do various tasks. You just need to prepare your prompt, some instruction. It will be able to help you to solve the problem with a very short period of time, not like the previous one. Okay, next. Some basic parameter I would like to share, and also first of all, you need to think about the prompt engineering steps. Every large language model by design is designed for the auto completion. You type something, and then it helps you to complete the rest. And the action is that you put a question. It is just auto complete the answer for you, and it look like to answer your question. And we would like to, I will share about how to tune the parameter. Next slide, please. First of all, when you're writing a prompt, you need to think about the structure. Even though there is no strict syntax, but when you do your prompt engineering, you need to, first of all, you need to have the instruction and think about your context, and then any input data and output indicator, so that you can have a this structure all the time. Next slide. This is some setting is quite important. But first of all, if you are not very expertise on this domain, you should understand about the temperature. If you want to have a very fast track application, it is just I don't care about creativity. I don't care about I don't want. I just want to either return the factual information to me. We need to set the temperature become very low. And okay, next slide. Yeah, there is except for temperature, there's this other parameter, so-called top P, top K. But behind the scene is that when you're the LLM behind the scene, it is just try to help you break and other root after one word by one word under some probability distribution. And all of the parameter is try to modulate or train the probability distribution and how to break the next keyword. And I will explain one by one in next slide. Okay. First of all, I would like to share about temperature. For temperature is something like you just train the distribution. For example, you have you see that is original the design the equation sort mass is very straightforward. But if in temperature we just have a additional parameter, please go to the next slide. Is it very easy understanding if you have the tune the parameter or temperature. If you want to tune the parameter become the very low, it will let the distribution become very distinct. For example, the follower will be the unique answer for the temperature only run into one. But if you want the large language model to output something more creativity or unpredictable, you will set the temperature become higher so that the distribution of the next word will become flattened and the chance of getting out of other random output will be higher. Okay, next slide. And besides training the distribution, we also want to have a mechanism to help us to pick up the possible output. For example, another keyword is that setting we call top K. Top K is that when you have the distribution, there will be a ranking of the next keyword. We only will consider the top two keyword in the output. But next slide. And another option is that top K may not be a very good cases. See, some of the signs that if the probability distribution is very strong, for example, one of the values is very high, the second value is very low. If you're using top K, it will pick a very unlikely output. So we will also have another parameter, so-called top probability, top P. Probability is like that. You just ran sorting the distribution and then we set the range of the probability. For example, here is a P in 0.75. You will have a 3 possible output of keyword picked up by the language model. After all, you have so many setup. We will combine together temperature, top P, top K. In the example, we will pick one of the possible answer randomly. Not talk about the highest probability at all, just in the candidate list, it will pick it up. So in this example, if you set the temperature to somewhere, we flatten the distribution, and then top K is for 4, we have 4 candidates, and then set top P with a certain level of probability, then only the flower and tree will be the output. At the end, one of it not clear about the highest probability will be picked out. Okay. The limitation you need to think about when you design your application, making use of large language model. For example, first of all, you need to think about the token limit. As the language model have the limitation of the number of keyword it able to input and output. You need to think about the input token limit and output token limit. It will limit your capability of your large language model. You need to have some special handling. If you have a very large context, need to be understand and a large language model. Logically, one token is not one character, but normally, for example, we have 4 characters together. For example, it's a ABC 4 character maybe form one token, but it is not. There's no strict rule how the token will be designed. It is learned by machine learning and then create a token. And by default, in a lot of language model is 200 something, and the input token and output token is your limitation. Also, when you are using large language model for your application, do think about the request per minute limit. We have sometimes we need to think about the range limit. Otherwise, the language model will be out of service. Okay. Now talking about some mechanism behind the scenes. For all of the cloud vendor provided language model, you can have very simple. You don't really have to care about there is some toxic values, that's so violent, or some dangerous input output to you. It will automatically block that for most of the large language model provided by Azure and Google or Amazon. Okay, next. Okay. In the coming slide, I would like to share about some common technique and example of doing prompt engineering. And first of all, we will talk about test summarization, question and answer, test classification, role-playing technique, and then code generation, and finally is reasoning. Okay, next slide. Now, first of all, one of the application is that you can always ask your large language model to help you summarize the test, and you just have the instruction, as a statement, there's a structure, instruction, context, output, or input. But in this example, the input is also the context, so it is combined together. You can ask it to summarize information for you. And this is a technique for a lot of application. When you have a very large information, long information you want to put into the large language model, we will sometimes ask it summarize again, and then combine together, and then put it back into the large language model. Okay, next slide. And also, we can always use the question and answer technique today. But I have such a very good tips for you. Do you see the highlighted keyword, unsure about the answer? In case of you can ask the large language model, if you're unsure the answer, just tell me you don't know. One of the application problem with large language model is sometimes it is designed for auto completion. It will always give you some output, even though the probability is very, very low. So it's something wrong answer for you. You can always add this keyword to your question. And here's the structure: instruction, context, and other instruction and the output. Okay, next slide. And here's an example. Some so-called is the problem of LLM is called hallucination. Is that if you try to ask a question, is it logically unable to answer? For example, for Chinese, we have the question is that if my father is so-called, my name is Chen Diamond, and then my mother last name, what is this? For the Chinese situation of Asia, you will not able to know about the last name of your mother. Since it's you follow the last name of your brother, but not your mother. But you see that the large language model here is give you a wrong answer. You just tell me my mother also have the last name Chan. This is wrong. So the solution is next slide. Yeah, I just mentioned you that you can always put a keyword so-called unsure about the answer if you don't know. Well, and in this situation, the LLM is that it don't understand it as it's a very low probability. If you put it here, he will not tell you the wrong answer, hallucination anymore. It just will tell you about unsure about the answer. Okay, next slide. And also, you don't need to have a lot of training data. You can try to ask the LLM to classify something for you. Is it something neutral? For example, positive, negative. Is it about economic? Is it about science? Anything you think about, this is quite normal classification. You can put into the large language model. Just add it to classification for you. Oh, next slide. Okay. Here is one of the very important techniques when you are using LLM. Since the LLM will be able to answer all kinds of questions for any domain. For example, you may have some keyword so-called thermal, entropy. In entropy, you can have chemistry, you can have physics, you can have mathematics or information engineering. Entropy is everywhere. So if you want to filtering, closer scope the answer, you will always use this syntax to ask your language model, have a role playing. Just tell it, you are an AI research scientist. your AI with assistance, then his answer will always focus on the domain that is the role playing, so that you can get a better answer, make use of the role playing technique. Okay, in this example, it's quite straightforward. You just told it in AI research assistant, and then you just ask anything. It will answer you in the AI domain. Next question. Next slide, thank you. And here's the code generation. Code generation is a very, very good domain for LLM. Since most of the large language model, even though it is not specialized on programming, since it is learning the language structure very good. And programming language is a very structured, very, very good structured data. And then LLM do able to learn programming very well, and then able to help you writing program very simply. And here's one of the example. You can ask all of the language model to write Python, to write JavaScript, to write Java. Just ask them to write it. It's quite straightforward. Whatever you want to do it, just ask him. Okay, one more slide. And one of the very interesting finding is that it will be able to run SQL query very well. If you want to have some database query, at this moment you just need to give the context instruction to the LLM, and then ask them to write the SQL statement for you. It will be able to give you a very good output without any error. Next slide. Okay, and also reasoning. This example, it may not be very good, but you know that large language model able to help you do some calculation. But very complicated calculation, it will not be able to do it. But here is some multiplication, summation, or subtraction. It will do it very well. It can give you some reason and step for it. What is the number? It will tell you the step and then the answer. Next slide. But in case you want to have a better answer, or make sure it will give you a correct answer, or sometimes you will try the language model, sometimes it's correct the answer, it provide you wrong answer occasionally. You can make it more stable. The technique of make it more stable is that you just try to ask for the reasoning. In here, it may give you a correct answer or wrong answer randomly. We have next slide. We can add something. Yeah, when you have the complicated problem, you have some very simple trick. It is called train of thought. Train of thought. You just ask your large language model to break down the problem into step by step. Then it will be able to generate the step, and then they will read the step after they generate, and then it understand what they are writing in the step, and then will able to give you the correct answer after reading the step. This is a very simple technique. You just ask the language model to explain their answer, to break down the problem. Then it will have a very accurate output immediately. Okay, next slide. Okay, now this is another session. I will give the presentation time to Marcus. Marcus will share a very concrete example of using large language model.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wong. So let me introduce myself again. I am Marcus. I am currently studying higher diploma in cloud and database administration. Mr. Wong is one of my lecturer. So let's talk about the challenge as an educator in Asia, or in Hong Kong specifically. I believe for myself during primary school, even for periods of time in secondary school, there was a lot of homework, unlike in uni, and it was like nearly impossible for myself to submit all the homeworks without sacrificing some playtime, or as I refer to, a self-enhancement time. So despite all this high workload, I would still spend my time in leisure activity. So I end up not able to submit all my work. So what happened next? It affects my learning. And when students can't learn, teachers get questioned whether they're doing their job. So if a student is able to submit this insane amount of homework, the teacher will equally if not spending more time in marking all students' workload, not just myself. And this turn, this create a crazy workload for them, sitting down in a desk, writing and marking when they should be, or they could have, creating a more interactive and a fun learning environment for the students. So high workload means teachers will be sitting down a lot writing and not really focusing on teaching. And in turn, this creates a poor educational experience for students. Right. So our solution is to employ AI technology. In this case, we'll be utilizing Azure OpenAI, such as ChatGPT, to assist in automatic grading task. This AI has been showing consistent and reliable reasoning and processing capabilities. So it can analyze students' submission or responses, providing valuable insights whether they copy each other or how well they've written it, how outstanding they are on this assignment, and in turn, it help enhancing their learning experience. Right. So this is a screenshot from Visual Studio Code. So everything is written in Python. So right now we are testing on and receiving submissions in two formats. One of them is Word docs, another one is PDF, which will explain why we're testing on this. So first of all, because there is a library that allows us to convert this document. So for Word documents, we use doc to text library to convert the context, which is the submission from students, and then we convert them and store it into something called the pandas film. Right. So same thing for PDF. We use a PyPDF2 library to convert the context, the text from a PDF documents into also store into a pandas field. Right. Now so we'll then pass this to a OpenAI service to analyze and evaluate the student answers. So how do we do it? So we'll talk about detailed explanation later on in later slides. But what we're looking here is the source code in Python. It's relatively simple. So we simply open the Azure OpenAI portal and create a project in order to use the LLM individually for each assignment submission. And if we look at the function here, get JSON ChatGPT, we pass the prompt. Then we fetch and open Azure OpenAI. We're using the chat completion API and fill in the parameters to see which Mr. Wong have mentioned, the temperature, top P. So these codes can all be found on Microsoft OpenAI. Is really comprehensive and easy to generate. So again, this is the source code for checking students' works. After opening up the OpenAI, we input the converted documents from the previous function and see if they fit the requirements. This is for checking. Right. So we called for the marking scheme. This function called for the marking scheme to evaluate the student answer. This is after the student submission, either Word docs or PDF being converted and put in the pandas film. So this will evaluate the answers, and in the end, we generate the output to an Excel file for reference. Right. So what we need to tell the AI is that we need to give it instructions, right? As Mr. Wong suggested, we need to give a clear instruction so the AI will understand what sort of input will be given and what sort of output is expected when we run the functions to mark the student's assignments. So we need to tell the AI to understand what the role is. In this case, would be a teacher or educator. So it will know the expected output as clear feedbacks for the submission, perhaps a score on how well they did on each question or each section. So everything has to be clear syntax, and we need a marking rubrics, which we will also show you the marking rubrics, how we written the marking rubrics in the later slides. Right. So this is the core content, probably the most important part of when we use the Chopin AI. I also in this presentation, so bear with me. So as I have just mentioned, we need the AI to understand what the role is. So because yes, we use ChatGPT, but it's not as simple as, oh, I've asked a question, it will give me an answer, and that's it. It's a logical engine that follow our lead, it analyze, and then it provide feedback. So it has to be clear, and we need to make it personalized. It's because each student submission will be different. So as you can see, we're telling the AI to act as a teacher. So we've got all sort of questions about these questions will be is what the students have to answer. So the reason behind this is because for our school, when our students gone out to internship, they work, and we'll ask this set of questions, asking them what they think about the job, what they've done, how well do they see the career path, etc., etc. So these questions with the same set of questions that we ask the students, so that when the assignment is submitted, the AI will manage to scan and find, oh, this is asking this set of questions, so I have to be the teacher on this case. There is an expected output format. Right. So as I've just mentioned, we will be converting the documents either in Word docs or PDF. So this part, if you can see, the answer part is where the converted documents will be pasted here, right? So this is the marking scheme. So for each question, it worth 10 marks and for a total of 70. So we asked them about, as I've said, what their responsibility is, workplace, what they've learned, the comments in the experience. This is slightly comments and evaluation. These are slightly different as they are not like a direct answer, which I'll also talk about it further. So all these worth 70 marks. At the end, you can see that we also check whether they copy from each other or from the AI. So copy from internet, we have a scale from 0 to 1 to check if there's what's the likelihood of this assignment or the students copy from the internet, as well as checking the likelihood of checking if the answer was generated also by AI. Right, so as I've mentioned, comment sections are a bit different, as comment special is not a fixed or anticipated text. A question would be like, oh, what your job is, and I can tell you my job is student. Now that is not comment, that is a directive answer. So comment is a freestyle writing, so it needs a bit more space, a bit more guideline for the AI to understand it. So we need to employ a prompt engineering techniques. So because comments underlies chain of thought prompting, COT, and this approach encourages LLMs to break down a long sentence in simpler terms. It breaks down the long sentence into shorter parts for LLM to understand what this word chain of words means, and then they put them back together. So since comment is a freestyle writing, it needs to be a bit more of rules. So we encourage the output to be encouraging, because students shouldn't be punished for what they've written freely. They should be encouraged to continue to write more and in their own words. And if you look at the fifth place, or the fifth element onwards, it's talking about the formatting. The formatting rule on what we want the AI to generate out. We want JSON format and reply in JSON formats. The reason being is that since it is smart enough to follow instruction to convert the result, because when we get a JSON format out, it can pass back to the Python function and then the database for further analysis. Right. So as Mr. Wong has covered, settings for parameters is quite important, because having the wrong parameters could have a high token and create a high consumption of electricity and stuff. So sometimes the ChatGPT may return an invalid JSON, which is the output format we wanted, by disregarding the instruction, the list of words we just put in, and not include anything after the JSON object. So to address this issue, we need to set temperature to 0.9. So temperature, briefly tell you guys again, it means it's either having a fancy and diverse workload, but less related to the answer or the question, or very, very straight directive word, but more related to the question. So this is something we have to bear in mind when we tune in for the marking scheme, how we evaluate the submissions. Right, sample outputs. So this sample outputs, this is actually generated from the AI. We screenshotted. It could generate two distinctive outputs for two different students. So the first student, it says 84 marks. So the student did relatively well in the class, and the AI could generate feedback as well. So it says great job, and keep up the good work. So positive feedback. And for students that didn't do very well relative to the submissions, they got a score of 48. It still provide feedback in a constructive way. So it managed to say, this is a well-written, reflective journal, and overall, the individual has shown a positive attitude towards the career path. So as Mr. briefly mentioned, and I've mentioned that we are trying to catch or detect whether students are copying from elsewhere or from each other. We also use the OpenAI embedding to detect this by converting the answers, the documents, or the scoring itself into a factor point. So factor point is like a geolocation, where it is on a chart. So we convert all these assignments into factor points. So we measure the distance or on between these factor points to see how similar they are. So in which case, if two students A copy from students B, their factor points will be relatively close or literally on top of each other if they copy each other, that is. So vice versa, if the factor points are far apart, it means that they are two outstanding pieces, right? So this is the so how do we do it? So this is the source code. We group this data into 7 cluster groups. So what is a cluster? Cluster is like a circle. So in this case, we have a cluster of circle, cluster of groups. We've got 7 groups. So clustering is a method where we group this data into small groups. So it could have 70 submissions, so 70 factor points. So, but that's too much to be presented on a chart sometimes. So we could group this 70 points into 7 groups, so a cluster of 10 or cluster of 7 in this case, and we calculate the similarity of these clusters, of these circles, based on the distance and how far they are. Right. So we use this text embedding model, Ada version 2, to embed all the similar answers to find out if students copy and paste from each other. So and to analyze the similarity in order to find out this information. Right. So Python library again. This is the source code for plotting the graph to visualize the results, since they have the inbuilt modules for plotting different graphs. Right, so this is also the source code to comparing the clusters and highlighting the results. So we use the T distributed stochastic neighbor embedding, TSNE in short terms. So it's a tool to visualize high dimensional data. It converts similarity between data points to join probabilities and tries to minimize divergence between the joint probabilities. Right. So since we are using clustering technique, a 2D scatter chart is illustrating the 7 groups and as a crosses. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So these are, you see the less opaque dots, those are submissions. So we group them together and see how similar they are. Right. So 2D graphs are great, but it is getting boring nowadays, yeah. So therefore we implemented the principal components analysis, called PCA for visualizing, embedding, and clustering results. So PCA is a linear dimensionality reduction using singular value decomposition of the data. So in simpler terms, this is for plotting 3D graphs. Right. So this is a graph, a line graph. It's not 3D graph yet. This is a line graph. I'll explain variance ratio over number of components per cluster. So if so there's nothing wrong with this graph. This shows a good line. This is a good line because this is 4 per cluster, remember? So when there's 0 data points inside this group, and then when there are more data points input this cluster, will be higher explained variance. There will be more there are more variables in this data. So this is a good graph. So on the next slide will be the 3D graph. So it could be a bit overwhelming after this source code, obviously. So right. So let me describe this intriguing image. I believe Mr. Wong told me before that if you see students like outside of these groups with like negative scoring, it could highly possibly mean that they didn't submit the assignments, or they submitted an empty assignment. So back to this bunch of names. So these are the names. Each name represents an assignment, and each dot represent their groups. So let's look at Human Chern and Angie Chester. The further apart they are means the less similar they are. So they're 2 distinctive pieces. But if you look at okay, this bunch, these 3, they are literally stacking on top of each other, which highly suggested they may have copied from each other, or they may have copied from the same source, or from AI, or even they may have written using the same sentences, in which case this is very unlikely. So it's high cases that they may have copied from elsewhere. So if you are interested, we have a demo videos on YouTube by Mr. Wong himself explaining this furthermore. Right. So I think we'll be quick on time, but I'll wrap it up. So the conclusion is, if you are a quick learner and you are familiar with Python and the ChatGPT, this whole system, it cut down your exhausting writing time from a few days to 10 minutes, as Mr. Wong have tested himself. He regraded 70 students in less than 10 minutes. Less impressive. So in general, educators could mark their assignments in a much faster pace using AI, and rather spend their time on enhancing teaching and more important tasks related to teaching. We also mentioned that we are using embedding, Azure OpenAI embedding, to check whether students copy from each other, copy from elsewhere, and like that is the big hit, the trendiest thing that in education system will do. We need to make sure that students actually did the work, not just copy from each other, because this allows us to better understanding the thought process, the knowledge level where they at, and areas that may require educators support or any further additional instruction for them. Right, that will be the end of our presentation. Mr. Wong, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I think your business is very good already. And I think we will end the presentation now, and it is going to the Q&A session. Yeah.
Yeah.
And let me take a look. I see some correction already. And first of all, I'm sorry about that. We can't share the presentation slide for you guys since we have some copyright issue. And one other question is that how will improve the effectiveness of a teacher? Believe in me, this is one of our application. But this kind of using a large language model to scoring assignment, I have a lot of blog posts and other side project in different version. It will do save a lot of time for me and other my college also use this kind of system. It will be say maybe 1/3 of a lot of time consuming tasks will become very, very fast and accurate with large language model. And let me see other corrections. And one more question is, do you think that we should learn the strategy by teacher? Yes, for sure. Since all the student is using AI, if the teacher not using AI, it will be nonsense for you to teach them, as everything will go into using this kind of technology in the future. For sure, everyone need to using AI for everything. Just something like similar to calculator. In the past, you are a math teacher, you may say about using calculator is no good. Using computer to do the mathematics is no good. But now everyone is using calculator, programming to do all the tasks. It will be the future. And okay, and see if other questions. Hello. Yeah, just see 3 questions here only.
Yeah.
And okay.
Thank you, Wong. It is a great session. I really love it.
Oh, thank you very much. Okay. If
now
there's
and
no. Okay.
You can say if you want to say anything, Wong.
I'm okay, yeah. And if there's no special question now, I think our section will end here.
Yeah, okay, that's good. Naba and Rafia, over to you.
Okay,
Now,
yeah, sure.
as we draw the curtain on session 3, our heartfelt gratitude goes to Mr. Wong Chun Yin for unraveling the potential of automated assignments scoring through Azure OpenAI service ChatGPT. Let's carry forward this newfound knowledge, empowering educators and shaping the future of learning. Thank you, Mr. Wong and Mr. Marcus, for charting the course towards a more innovative and efficient educational landscape.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, okay. See you guys. Bye bye. I think today we end here. Yeah. Okay.
Right. Thank you, guys. Bye.
Yeah, bye.
Now, welcome to session 4, where we dive into the fundamentals of Azure with our guide, Mr. Papula Isiaka, a Microsoft certified trainer from Nigeria. Get ready for a concise and insightful exploration into the essentials of Azure.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Just a minute. Let me upload my presentation. All right. I'm trying to share my slide. Just a minute.
Sorry, what did you just say?
I'm just trying to share my slide. Just a minute.
Yeah, you can take your time.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. All right, please confirm you can see my screen.
Yes, we can say it. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning from everywhere around the world that you are connecting with us on this occasion of this presentation, which is a program being led by Sarah Lenny and being delivered at this Epoch event. For me, my presentation is on Introduction to Microsoft Azure, which is a presentation at the ongoing Pakistan Skilling Symposium 2023, being delivered today, December 16th, 2023. All right, before I move forward, I would like to introduce myself to you as Bukola Isaka Olamileka. And my area of specialization is information technology with over 10 years work experience. My particular area of focus is on data platform, whether data engineering, whether data analytics, or data analysis. I've been on this line of thought for more than 10 years with special interest on business intelligence, which is BI, and analytics. For some of my other specializations, I consult for organizations in terms of automation of their business processes. I also take part in designing and review of exam questions for Microsoft partner organizations across the world. I take part in corporate IT technical training as a Microsoft certified trainer. I also take part in tech community development like this one that I'm here today. To the tech-based community development, I take part in mentoring young people who want to join the tech space and do not know where to start from. I also take part in peer mentoring. Maybe there's a new development in terms of solution, and we want to see how best our colleagues can maximize the usage in terms of solving problems and in terms of increase their earnings. So I take part in a lot of this. For my certifications, I have a master's degree in information production and management. I'm Microsoft certified data and cloud technology specialist. Like I mentioned, I'm a Microsoft certified trainer. I'm also certified by International Computer Driving License as a global trainer. For my contact, yes, I have them here. Anyone you so wish to reach out to me in terms of my email, my LinkedIn account, my Twitter, and my YouTube account. All right, so for this presentation, I have this outline. I'm aware I'm supposed to have started more than 30 minutes ago, but maybe the arrangement was changed without my notice. But let us see how best we can maximize the time we have. All right, for my presentation, I have this outline. I would like to give you an overview of Microsoft Azure. Likewise, what is Azure? What are the Azure features and services, key benefits of Azure services, use cases of Azure services, getting started with Azure Portal and QIA, and we call it a day. Let us see how far we can go. As regards an overview of Microsoft Azure is a cloud computing platform provided by Microsoft. And according to the history of Microsoft Azure, there was a product that was launched by Microsoft on February 1st, 2010, and the name of product was known as Windows Azure. But later, when Microsoft saw the need to increase the capacity and the reach of that product was renamed to what we now know as Microsoft Azure in year 2014. And since that time, this became the birth of Microsoft Azure that the world is enjoying today. And from 2014, towards the next 9 years after 2014, the product that is now known as Microsoft Azure experienced significant growth and expansion, positioning itself as a formidable competitor to solutions provided by Azure, to solutions provided by Amazon, which is in terms of AWS, a solution provided by IBM, which is Watson and Bluemix, and solution being provided by Google Cloud Platform. So the idea is that when we are talking about cloud service, public cloud service, the beginning was not from the Microsoft. So there have been people in the market before the adventure of Microsoft into cloud computing and before the final arrival into Microsoft Azure in 2014. So now what has happened between that time and now, for whoever that cares to know about the key players in the industry, what I mean by industry is that in terms of digital transformation, in terms of cloud computing, the key players are Amazon, which has a cloud product that is known as AWS. We also have Google, which has a product that is known as GCP, Google Cloud Platform. And then we have Microsoft that has come up with Microsoft Azure. So globally speaking, Microsoft has been at the leading edge of all the competitors, whether Amazon, whether IBM, whether Google, because of so many advantages that Azure has been able to offer to the global community, global digital community, which I will unveil in the course of this presentation. Right. Then what are the key features and services of Azure? Now, one of the key features of Azure is scalability. And when you're talking about scalability, we are talking about scaling up and scaling down of cloud computing resources. For instance, now, maybe I'm into a business, an enterprise level a business that needs some cloud computing services. For me, I can take an advantage of the Microsoft Azure that, okay, I don't need to build my independent data center, which can cost me a lot of resources. That, okay, why can't I go for public cloud computing platform like the one being made available by Google, from where I can now facilitate a lot of digital innovations and digital solutions in attending to my business need. So scalability has been one of the biggest advantages of Microsoft Azure. Another thing is the global reach. As at now, Microsoft has more than 60 data centers globally that spread across more than 140 countries, right? As at now, there's no other competitor in the market that has made that giant stride in terms of having data centers across the world. That has been an advantage of Microsoft over all other competitors in terms of global reach. All right. So in terms of security, Microsoft Azure has provided, from the record, Microsoft Azure has provided robust security measures, which enhances compliance and certifications. All right. So there are a lot of globally known assessors that give compliance certifications to organizations. So Microsoft is at the top leading level, and that is why, during COVID, when some organizations were attacked, Microsoft happened to be one of the platforms that was not being able to be attacked by cyber criminals. In terms of hybrid capability, yes, there's quite a lot of integrations with on-premise infrastructure. Yesterday, I delivered a training on Azure SQL migration, whereby all your digital assets from on-premises, you can move them to the cloud. So this has been another advantage of Microsoft Azure over all other competitors. In the world today, a lot of people that are making use of other cloud service providers, maybe AWS from Amazon or GCP from Cloud, they are also doing cloud portability. They are also doing cloud portability to Azure. Recently, there was a story I had that AWS, Amazon was taking some spaces from Amazon, from Azure, Microsoft Azure. So this shows the capability and the extent that this service being provided by Microsoft has gone. So now, what are the key benefits of Azure services? From the available documentation on Azure, Azure has more than 600 services. It has more than 600 services, and these services cut across different areas of technology. Now, we have what we call computing services. From the computing service alone, we have issues around, we have services around Azure Virtual Machines, VM, Azure App Service, Azure Kubernetes services, and what have you. From storage services, all these are different services that Microsoft offer, which are at global scale, and where for networking services, we have all these available. For database services, we have all these available. For AI and machine learning, we have all these being made available so that the global world can take advantage of the technical know-how and the need for technical development. All right, so we have developers and DevOps, we have Internet of Things and edge services, we have security and identity services, and a host of other services. So in terms of benefits, because I can't pay for a service that I'm not sure of any benefits. And this has been a competition in terms of which of the cloud services do I go for globally. So is it because as a business person, if I have to move my digital assets to the cloud, I have to look at what options do I have and which one will give me better value for money. And these are some of the benefits that Microsoft Azure has been able to offer. Yes, cost efficiency. From cost efficiency perspective, it offers flexible pricing model whereby you can pay as you go. For instance, now if you have to provision your server, on Microsoft Azure, you can go for what we call proficient. You can go for what we call proficient, or you can go for what we call serverless. Serverless means it is pay as you go. That is, anything that I use, you should charge me on that. And anything that I do not use, you should not charge me for that. That is proficient. For instance, now, I need 10 gigabyte storage capacity, 10 gigabyte storage capacity. I might go for proficient, which means whether I finish using, consuming the 10 gigabyte or not, I'm paying for that space. Or I go for serverless. Serverless is just charge me for any resources that I use over a period of time. So in terms of flexibility, we have a lot of tools, applications, and frameworks that you can work with in terms of Microsoft Azure. There's continuous innovations. Yes, when we are talking about cloud services, we have cloud services in form of infrastructure as a service. We have cloud service in form of platform as a service, and we have software as a service. All these are what services that Microsoft offer, and from point of view of each one of them, they are continuous innovations. For instance, now, if there is what we call maybe a new software, a new version of software development, you don't need to be told. You just see that, oh, the interface has changed or something else has been added. So without even telling you this has happened, until when you go to where you track some of the development on Azure, maybe on a monthly basis, that you also get to know that, oh, it was because Microsoft has added this. That's why the interface has changed. So in terms of high availability and disaster recovery, if you're a tech person, maybe you are in data, like I'm in data feed, you will know the importance of high availability and disaster recovery, because if for any reason you don't have access to your resources, maybe there is a crisis like some part of the world now that war is going on. I mean, Palestine and Israel. So imagine Microsoft has a data center there, and that place has been ravaged by the crisis in the country. Does it mean that people that have subscribed to that data center, they will not have access to their digital assets? That is not available, because Microsoft has what we call automatic backup, that for any data center that you have chosen, you have an opportunity of having backup in 2 or more data centers across the world as you so wish, which ensures that issues of availability and disaster recovery is very, very important. For instance, now there's what we call SLA for any Microsoft Azure products that you have selected, Microsoft will go into an SLA agreement with you, which means service level agreement. Assure you that you have 99.9% uptime. You have 99.9% uptime. That is, for any services that you have subscribed for, you have uptime of 99.99. I'm not sure if there's any other cloud service competitor that can offer this kind of availability in terms of uptime, right? So which means you can only express downtime at 0.01%. Which is very insignificant when you look at overall percentage. So we also have what we call hybrid capability, which support hybrid cloud scenarios integrating on-premises infrastructure. Like I did mention now, I took some people around how they can migrate their assets, their databases from on-premises into the cloud platform, which is a Microsoft Azure, by making use of what we call Microsoft Azure migrates. Right. There are some of other benefits that Microsoft Azure has offered, or some of other Azure services include DeFi service offerings, which involve a wide range of services covering computing, storage, databases, AI, and more. They are open source support. All right. From what I did yesterday, I had experience of people who were having their DB on MySQL. They were having their DB on Postgres. Where's my eraser? Where's my eraser? So I had experience of some of participants in my class yesterday who are having their data assets on Postgres, SQL DB, Postgres SQL DB, which are open source platform, database platform, some from the SSMS, that is a SQL Server Management Studio, and we needed to migrate all this platform into the Azure portal, into the Azure. So this shows that Microsoft Azure has an advantage in terms of integrating open source into the technologies that have been provided in the Azure. So in terms of flexible identity and access management, there is what we call IAM, identity and access management, which has been an opportunity in terms of Azure to ensure that issues that have to do with identity, that who you claim you are you the person? Then in terms of access to resources, maybe we need to activate MFA, multi-factor authentication, that if these criteria are not met, you cannot have access to our data assets in the cloud. All these are some of the advantages that Azure services have provided. Also data storage and management, and a host of other. All right, so I would like to take us through some use cases of Azure services. I've told you that we have more than 600 services in Azure. Then how do we make use of each one of them? I want to cite case scenarios on how we can make use of each one of them. For instance, now, in retail industry, this is a retail industry, and the interest of this retail industry is to enhance customer experience, right? Maybe customer satisfaction experience. Now the challenge, there is a company into a retail service that had this challenge. The challenge is a global retail chain aimed to improve customers' engagement and optimize inventory management. So this is a challenge that organization was having, and the solution was the request was to make use of Azure. That can Azure help us to solve this challenge? And yes, we got to know that Azure can help them to solve this challenge by making use of just 3 services in Azure. One, the first service is making use of what we call Azure Machine Learning, right? Another thing is to make use of these Azure IoT Ops, and to also make use of what? To also make use of Azure App Service. Just three services to solve this challenge that this organization is having. What do we make use of? How do we make use of each of these Azure services? For instance, now the case of Azure Machine Learning, we use it to analyze customer behavior for personalized recommendation. Now, customer behavior, there is what we call opinion poll, that okay, we want to see from the natural language, NLP, from natural language programming. We want to see that okay, from the feedback that we receive from the customer, maybe feedback from the social media, or feedback from the products they've purchased. We want to see whether from the text, we want to see whether what we have given them, they are satisfied with that or they are not. And that's why we activate that Azure Machine Learning to help us to extract the text from what feedbacks that we have achieved. Also from the IoT Hub, because this is a real time, we are making a provision for a real time caption of the data. I want to make sure that we also monitor inventory in real time, preventing stock out. So some of the feedback of expected feedback of the customer can be, each of the time we try to buy goods from your office, we are almost out of stock. So, and the only thing that we can do to monitor that is to track our stock level in order to make sure that we are not out of stock at any point in time. So likewise, the issue of Azure App Service that was developed in terms of a mobile app for seamless customer interaction. So this is a kind of engagement. This one is more of a developer side of view. This is a developer side of view. This is about monitoring point, and this is about what text analytics. All right. So now, once this challenge was known and solution was being seen from the Azure, then what could not be the expected advantage or benefit? Now, from here, if you can provide this solution, then there is possibility of increased sales, because we are sure that we are not out of stock, and we are sure that customer is not disappointed. By personalizing recommendations leads to higher sales. Then operational efficiency. So this is another advantage we can get from this solution that Azure Services has provided. Another case study is a financial service firm which tried to secure cloud computing. As at now, almost all banks across the world, they have moved their digital assets to the cloud. Gone were the days when banks have their physical infrastructure. They have physical infrastructure, maybe at their national headquarters, and they have branches that can connect with their national data center. So as at today, majority of these financial institutions, whether startup or people that are in operations, are moving in their digital assets, especially the one that has critical mission. Those assets that have critical missions, they are putting them in the cloud for a lot of services and a lot of benefit that we have I've mentioned earlier. So this now, there is a firm that has this challenge, and that challenge is this: a major bank sought to modernize its infrastructure while ensuring the highest level of security. So the request is that, okay, is this what Microsoft Azure can provide? And the answer is yes. These are some of the case studies that I've personally gone through. Okay, what were the solutions we provided? We made use of Azure Security Center. We also made use of Azure Virtual Network, which is VM. We also made use of Azure SQL Database. And what does each one of these provided? For Azure SQL, for Azure Security Center, it was used to implement advanced threat protections, because threat issues about cyber security, cyber crime are almost on the increase. But with the advent of Azure Security Center, we can track possibility of exposure to threats, and this is being protected before it happens. And for issues around virtual machines, this helps us to secure and scale our network architecture, that people do not need to be on their laptop before they can work. Anywhere they are across the world, they can have access to their virtual network and the virtual machine, so that they can deliver as expected. So also the issue of Azure SQL database, which has to do with the migration of critical financial data to a secure and managed database. So what are some of, when these solutions were provided, what are some of the advantages we were able to deduce? Enhanced security, which make sure that customers' data were protected and according to the state of the art in terms of security measures. You can imagine in any typical bank uses a lot of technologies in terms of how they interact with customers, maybe in terms of web application, maybe in terms of mobile app, maybe in terms of USSD, maybe in terms of the USSD or internet banking. So all these are being protected from possibility of being exposed to the black sheep in the world. All right. So the issue, another thing we discovered from this project was cost saving, which has to do with efficient resource management, which led to cost reduction. Of course, the aim of any organization is to reduce the cost and also maximize profit. From this project, we are able to achieve this. All right, from education perspective, evolution in education since the advent of COVID and after the advent of COVID, organizations are now moving their learning platform into the cloud to what we call LMS, learning management system. People are moving to the cloud. Schools are moving to the cloud. There's a university that was having a challenge in terms of providing scalable and accessible learning platform. And what are some of the solutions we used? We made use of Azure's virtual machine. We made use of Azure Active Directory and Azure DevOps. And each one of the solutions being provided are being outlined. And what was the benefits? We were able to have scalability from, maybe 10 students accessing the platform to 100. We're able to organize the university to, maybe 10,000 students accessing the platform at a go. That's a huge scalability. So the accessibility, the student can access their learning management system at any point in time from anywhere across the world, even if they are on break. From the EDGE perspective, these are some of the challenges, and these are the solutions recommended in terms of Azure services, and these are some of the benefits were achieved. The EDGE challenge was a healthcare technology startup aimed to create personalized healthcare solutions. This was the technology used, and these were the benefits derived from that. Likewise, in transportation, a logistic company wanted to optimize its fleet management for better efficiencies. These were some of the recommendations Azure services recommended, and these are some of the benefits from these operations. There another one from manufacturing. I have a lot of case studies that I can share with you in terms of how we have used Microsoft services to solve a lot of societal challenges across different industries. You can see that we have transferred different industries. This is just energy optimization, and it can happen in anywhere. All right, so that is a little bit I have to say on the case studies where Microsoft services have been used to provide solutions to challenges, and we're able to get some advantage in terms of benefits. I would like to give us some live demo on the Azure Portal interface and accessing the Azure services, because I've mentioned a list of those services. I would like you to have a feel of how those services are. And if we have the time, build a simple Azure solution. This may take time. I'm scared we may not be able to do this. If we have started earlier, I could have covered that okay, we'll just take a scenario of a challenge, then we now see some of the services that we can use to provide that solutions, and we'll also see the benefits that could be accrued from that perspective. Okay, let me take you to the demo. Just a minute, I will need to share my my browser. Just a moment. Let me drop this slide and share the browser instead. Okay, this is the browser. Can somebody confirm you can see my browser?
Yes, we can see your browser.
Okay, thank you. So we have been talking about Azure, Microsoft Azure. Somebody can be interested to know, how do we get there? How do we get to the Azure that Popola has been mentioning? So there is a link. There's a web link to the Azure portal, and that web link is a https:// then Azure, right? Azure, sorry, portal.azure, portal.azure.com. That's the web link. So for whoever that want to make use of Azure services, you must have access to this Azure portal. Then if I click on enter, the next thing it will ask me of my login details. Can you see now? Signing into Azure Microsoft, it will ask me of my login details, which means I must have a Microsoft account before I can have access to this platform. So this is the one that I want to make use of. So if you don't have a Microsoft account, how do you get that? Let me quickly share this with you. Just go to Google, type create a Microsoft account. Go to Google, click on create a Microsoft account, and click on create a Microsoft account. Because if you don't have a Microsoft account, you can't sign in into the Azure portal. And from here, you should be able to create your Microsoft account. This is going on. That is going on. All right, so from here, we can see, okay, it is showing my own, so we may need to come back to that later. If you have, because I've signed in, that is why it is logging in into my own page. If it's not that I've signed in, it will ask you, do you want to create a new account, or you want to use your existing to sign in. So now this is the interface of the Azure. When you log into the portal.azure.com, it will take you to this page, right? From here, if you want to see the list of Azure services that we have, just come to this side, and from this side, click on all services. Click on all services. You can see how those services are being categorized according to different sections. So these are different categories. This is a machine learning, AI and machine learning solution. This is analytics solution. This is compute solution. This is a container solution. If I'm interested in database, I can just come to database and see some of the solutions or services available from database perspective. Can you see now? I can see Azure SQL, I can see Cosmos DB, I can see open source database, I can see hybrid, and all these are different services that are available in Azure. If I'm interested in migration, like the one that we did yesterday, whereby we wanted to migrate data asset from the on-premises to the cloud, you can see now this is the tool we used yesterday, which is known as the Azure Migrate, to migrate our database from on-premises to the cloud. And these are some other migration services that we have on Azure. So this is the list of different categories. If you are talking about storage, and this is where we have the list of different storages available in the cloud. Like we have the Data Lake Gen 1, we have the likes of Azure Storage Account, We have the likes of the virtual disk. We have the likes of virtual disk. We have so many storage services. In terms of security, we can just come here and we see how we can make use of security, like the issue of the bank that I told you some of the things that happened around there. I also mentioned some issues around multi-factor authentication. Multi-factor authentication has to do with second level authentication. Second level authentication, after we have provided your username and password, we still want to be sure that you are the person who provided those details, and not that somebody has access to your login details, not that somebody has access to your login details. And that's why issues around authentication comes up. And when you're talking about authentication, it can be maybe in terms of your device you are using. Maybe it can be an organizational policy that whoever that we have access to our platform must use this particular device, or whoever that we have access to our platform must come from this geographical location. In terms of IP, whoever that we have access to our platform must use, when you are setting your password, must has maybe alphanumeric and special characters in setting up your login details. So there's a lot of things that we can check out for in terms of multi-factor authentication. So there was also an issue about Microsoft Entra, which used to be known as what? Active Directory. It was used to know as a Microsoft Azure Active Directory. And these are a lot of, I think I said something about threat protection, threat detection and protection the other time. These are different services that are available. So the idea is that if you need any service, just come here and take advantage of any services that you are interested in. That's number one. If I go back to the home, we can also see that we have Azure services from here. This one are the recently used. These are recently used services. This is where we have recently used services, right? This is where we have a recently used services. But for the details of the services that we have, we just have to come from here and click on all resources, right? So let us build a simple solution, right? Let us build a simple solution which has to do with setting up a storage account. How do we set up a storage account in Azure? So the third way of having access to Azure services is by coming to the search bar, right? You come to the search bar and you look out for any service of your interest. For me now, I just mentioned something about storage account, and this search bar has what we call IntelliSense. It has IntelliSense. That is, as you are typing, it will be giving you similar services available in Azure. Instead of you taking time to type. So it will populate. Can you see that immediately I was typing STO, right? RAGE. It is giving me a lot of things that are related with storage, right? And from here, I don't need to go for account again because I can see storage account. So we just want to build a simple solution. How do we set up a storage account in Microsoft Azure that we can now have our storage materials in, maybe in terms of blob, or we have anything. All right, so for me now, let me just create, this is a storage account. I have to create a storage account. Right, from here, I just have one here. Maybe I just want to set up another one, and I will call it what? And in making use, please be informed that Azure services are not free. Azure services are not free. They are paid services. And that is why you have to have your subscription. And that is why in setting up any Azure resources, in setting up any Azure services, two basic things that you have to provide are: one, you have to be sure that you have a subscription. That is, you have a paid service that you have done subscription for. You also have to specify your resource group. Resource group is just like a bucket where we have all our resources inside that particular bucket. All right, for me, I have already a subscription, which is this. Maybe we want to create a new resource group. If I want to use existing resource group, I can check from here. But if I want to create a new one, I go to create. Let me call it resource group Pakistan. resource group Pakistan. I click on OK, right? So for storage account, it must have a unique name that nobody has ever used on the Azure platform. So let me now call it Azure Storage, right? I want to call it Azure Storage. Can you see? Immediately I type this. You can remember I said you have to use a name that nobody has ever used before globally. So it is telling me that somebody is using this. All right. So let me add something to it. Maybe Ivan 0001. The field can contain only lowercase. Can you see another condition that has to be satisfied? It can use only lowercase. That is, I cannot use in between. I can't use a character like a space. Somebody is also using this. Oh, what do I do? Okay, let me use my name. My initials. Then today is what? December 16, 12th. I'm sure nobody will have this. You see now, everything is fulfilled. Nobody is having this. So this is about Azure region that I mentioned the other time, that Microsoft has more than 60 regions in over 140 countries across the globe. So for me, if I need to select any one, I come here. But for me, I want to leave by default. I'm not selecting any other one. Then which other one? This is in terms of performance. We have standard, we have premium. Premium is when you have maybe an enterprise level application, that is you want your storage to be very fast as much as possible. But for me, I'm not using that. Maybe this is just a demo. We also have what we call redundancy. Redundancy has to do with how in terms of latency. In terms of latency, that is in terms of maybe there's a challenge. There's a challenge along the line, and the downtime. How do you want to have your backup as much as possible? So for me, I want to leave it by default. After here, all these are what we call configuration settings. All these are what we call configuration settings. So in setting up any Azure services, you have to work around configuration settings, and there's no shortcut around it. Anywhere that is marked star, you have to provide information for that. If I go for advanced, I can also see some of the things that I need to check. There's what we call hierarchical namespace. If I want to go to what we call Azure Data Lake Gen 2, if I want to make use of Azure Data Lake Gen 2, which is another storage platform, I just have to click here to activate it. But that is not my interest. My interest is just to show you how we can work around Azure services, and the one we are working on is what? Storage account. So just let me leave this one by default. I go to networking. Do I want my storage account to be accessible to all network, and I want to make it private, or I want to make it for people within my organization? This is people for within my organization that we are sharing the same IP address, or I want to make it to the general public, or I want to make it private. Private means nobody else across the world will have access to it except myself. All right, let me make it public access. Data protection. We are talking about data protection the other time. In terms of if I delete any file, how many days can it use on the back end before it is finally deleted? The minimum here is 7. If I have interest, I can increase it. And there are so many things that we can configure from this perspective. There are so many things we can configure. Likewise, the encryption. When I talk about data encryption, data can be encrypted in 3 different ways. There's what we call, we can do encryption on data at rest. We can do encryption on data in use, and we can do encryption on data at rest. At rest, in use, and maybe the one data in motion. So now these are different configuration settings that we have to set up. Once all the prerequisites are met up, we can go to the review. Reviews to tell me that, oh, Bukola, you have selected all these. Are you sure they are good for you, or you have anything to change? If I have anything to change, I can quickly go back to the previous. But if I'm satisfied with everything that I've selected from here, I just click on create. And can you see up here, the deployment is ongoing. The deployment is ongoing, which can take less than minutes. So there are some resources that we take a large percentage of time for them to be deployed. Can you see deployment is in progress? Like yesterday when I was deploying Postgres, Azure SQL for Postgres, it took us around 30 minutes. And you can see that this is just a resource that has taken us maybe less than 1 minute now. This is just to deploy a storage account. All right, from here I can just go to, since your deployment is complete, I can just go to the resource that I want to see what has happened. Can you see this is my storage account that this is my storage account that I've just created, and these are different informations around that particular storage account. For instance, now if I've created a storage account, maybe I want to drop something in that storage account, I can come to can you see data storage? We have a container, file share, queue, and tables. Just let me click on container. Container is just like a folder. Maybe I want to drop something inside a container. Maybe I want to create a new container. I want to call it that container. I want to call it maybe demo. I want to call it storage. I want to call it storage 1. So it's telling me I can only use small letter, no problem. I want to call it storage 1. I click on create. Can you see? So storage 1 has been created. Imagine I want to drop something on this storage account now, right? I've opened it. Maybe my slide, the slide I'm presenting, I want to upload it from where it is, which is on the desktop. I have to click on upload, and from here I locate my file, which is on desktop. Let me check my desktop. This is my presentation, right? I just click on open. Then I click on upload. Uploading is ongoing. And as at now, it has been uploaded. That's a simple service that we have just worked upon, and how we can make use of it. So many things that we can do. As at now, we have come here. If I have to open it, maybe I can see the contents. Let us see. So this one is giving us further information that if I want to give you the link, for instance, if I want you to have access to this PowerPoint presentation, I can just click on this URL and share it on the platform. And whoever that click on it will be able to download that PowerPoint that I've just uploaded. So many things that we can do with Azure services that I've shown to us. Okay, let me take you back to my slide. For final roundup. All right, so from this demo, we have been able to see Azure, the interface of the Azure. We have been able to see the interface of the Azure. We have been able to access the Azure services, and we have been able to build a simple solution. And the solution that we built is what? Creating a storage. We created a storage account. We also did what? We also uploaded a file. So those are the things that we can do just on a lighter mood. All right, so this is how far I've gone. I would like to know if there are questions before we call it a day. Thank you so much. Do we have any questions?
Yeah, we have some question from Noman Khan. He says, is Azure free?
Yes, I've mentioned that Azure is not free. It is a paid service that whoever that want to enjoy it have to pay for. But what can happen, what can make Azure free is maybe depending on your account. For instance, if you are a student, there's what we call student account that can give you some. So in reality, it is not free, but you are being paid for. For instance, now as a Microsoft certified trainer, I have access to $100 in terms of the actual services that I can make use of in terms of subscription every month. So that does not mean it is free. It is just because Microsoft is giving me as one of the benefits of being an MCT. So that is a case where Azure can be free. In reality, it is not free, but depending on your circumstances, somebody may be paying for you. Yeah, thank you. Another question?
No, that's it.
Okay. All right. So on a final note, I want to thank you for organizing this event, and I want to thank you for inviting me all the way from Pakistan. For somebody like me from Nigeria to be part of your sessions. Thank you so much. For whoever that want to join me on my LinkedIn, this is my LinkedIn account. Maybe I should even drop that on the chat so that if you have any questions, we can work together. So I'm a trainer and I train globally, so that if you have any questions, then we can discuss together. So let me just drop my yes, I'll drop my contact.
Thank
my
you.
LinkedIn
Rafia,
contact.
over to you.
You said what?
Thank you. As session 4 concludes, our gratitude goes to Mr. Papula Siaka for simplifying the fundamentals of Azure. Your expertise has illuminated the path for us. Until our next learning adventure, let's carry these fundamental insight forward. Thank you, Mr. Sakya, for your valuable contributions.
It is my pleasure. Thank you so much for organizing this. All right.
Next,
Bye-bye. Bye-bye, everyone.
Thank you. Next, we'll be going on a 5-minute break. Please use this time to fill out the form that is left in the chat box below. This form is your feedback form. Please fill out this form to obtain your certificate. It is very essential for you to do that. And if you have any questions about how to do that, please leave your questions within the Q&A box. Thank you.
well-designed learning management system can be one of the best assets your organization can invest in. Centralize your training. Integrate video conferencing. Put assessments. Play videos and SCORM contents. On-demand training materials that your employees can access anytime, anywhere. All in one website, that and many more. Take your organization to the digital age. Contact us at sarahlearning.com for more details.
Premium. Enjoy 3 months of premium for
Our next speaker will be joining us from France. Please stay tuned with us while he connects with us. Thank you.
Rafia, you are muted.
For our special address number 6, where we delve into AI, driving force behind Industry 4.0, with our esteemed speaker, Dr. Fahad Golra, Director of Research and Innovation at Agilio Automation in France. Prepare for an enlightening exploration into the transformative role of AI in Industry 4.0.
It's Fahad Golra from Agile Automation. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Thank you. So I'll be talking about AI and how it's reshaping the manufacturing industry, especially under the context of Industry 4.0. So let's jump into the topic. First, I'm coming from Agile Automation. So Agile Automation, we are a small enterprise that develops software solutions for complex equipments in high-tech industry. So mostly we develop software solutions for semiconductors, but we also develop solutions for other industries like photovoltaics, electronics, aeronautics, and other high-tech domains. And we have a quite international client base. So before jumping into the role of AI in general, let's understand what Industry 4.0 is and what the generic industrial process is. So no matter what industry we are talking about, it follows almost the same structure. So we have this block of function of sales. We get some orders, we manufacture those orders, then we stock them somewhere, we do the warehouse management, we do the shipping. After the shipping, we do the invoicing, we get the payments, and the cycle continues. This is a very generic model which applies to a one-man industry to the biggest industries on earth. So how this industry transformed over the period of years, we need to get back to its origins, the first industrial revolution, where around in 1700s, we harnessed the power of steam and mechanics. Using this steam power and mechanics, we built steam engines. And in the figure here, you see there's a steam engine which is still running in England. The only steam engine still running. So this industrial revolution really bumped up our manufacturing a lot. What really changed here was in the function of manufacturing. So we use, instead of manual labor, we use this steam engine to automatize somehow this manufacturing. Then we went to the second industrial revolution after a century or so. It's attributed to Henry Ford, this assembly line. We used electricity, we used this mass assembly, and using these two things, we said that, okay, now we have that mechanics behind us, but we can make it systematic, and with electricity, we can improve it further. So the second industrial revolution further bumped up our production. And then when you see in the details, all of the rest of the functions, they remained the same, but exactly in this manufacturing block, we added up this electricity and this mass assembly. And after that, a century again passes by, and we see a third industrial revolution where we introduce computing and automation to our manufacturing. Now, what happened in the introduction of computing and automation is that for this part, for all other parts, all other functions, we started to use softwares. And in the manufacturing execution part, we started using the digital controllers, robots, and digital machinery. Now, the functions, as I said, remain the same no matter what business you do, but the type of software or the means they change according to the size of the industry. So normally a small industry with, let's say, 5 people won't be having all this software, but would be having some process around it. For bigger industries, if it's a medium-sized industry having some machinery, they would rely just on the PLC's part. If they have a rather complex process, they can go up to SCADA level, or in very high tech companies, they can even go up to MES level. So it depends. And all of this improved our production. Once again, we had a lot of productivity coming out of this third industrial revolution. And now we are facing today the fourth industrial revolution. And the fourth industrial revolution is very much attributed to hyperconnectivity and augmented intelligence. So what happens here is that the softwares, you don't see much of a difference in this diagram here, okay? But all of these blocks here, these all software that you see, they got bumped up. The technique that is used behind gets changed, gets updated, starts using AI, becomes more efficient. And all because of this hyper connectivity between them. And then we also went to this physical part where we use this hyper connectivity for smart automation. I'll come to that later. So in Industry 4.0, we have 4 main themes. First, the interconnection. Everything must be connected. Communications between machines, devices, sensors, or people. All. So we already had this Internet of People. Now we start including the Internet of Things in it so that everything gets connected. The second part is information transparency. So the information or the data, for that matter, needs to be collected and shared. And across the organization and even across the value chains. The third part is the technical assistance. So all this data that we are gathering, it needs to be used for some human assistance, some technology that assists us. That is the third theme, where we use AI for cobots, augmented reality, virtual reality, wearables, and things like that. And then finally, decentralized decisions. We are slowly moving towards autonomous systems where the high-tech equipment is more and more becoming autonomous, and they communicate between themselves without human intervention. So when we see this Industry 4.0, we see that the entire value chain is being digitized and integrated. And if you see the building blocks of this Industry 4.0, there are a lot of building blocks that are coming from the field of AI somehow. I won't be going into much detail, but if you look at AI, we need to understand what AI did in this fourth industrial revolution, or what in general AI does. So traditionally, we had this model part. We used to formulate or develop formulas, model the reality, and using those models and applying that on certain data, we used to get results. Now, let's give you an example of, let's say, second law of Newton's second law, okay? We say that force is a product of mass and acceleration, for example. Now, this formula in itself is a model of certain reality. based on this formula. If we have certain data, we have mass, we have acceleration, we can take out the force. We have force and acceleration, we can take out the mass. So once we have the model, we have the data, we can get the results. And this is how it has been happening till industry 3.0. But when it came to AI, have changed. Now what we do is that we have the data, we have the result in mind, what we want, we give the data and the result to the AI, which gives us the model. So we don't wait for another Newton to come and formulate things for us. The correlations between the data are found by the AI itself. And that was the toughest part in all the formulations, basically. So what's happening is that once we have this model, we go to the traditional cycle. Once we get the model, we give it more data. So the initial data we use for so that we get that model. Once the model is there, we apply that model to more and more data to get more and more results, and we keep on getting the results. And this is how our the new AI techniques are really bumping up all fields. Now here, it needs to be understood that it's very good that the models are working, that we are getting, but these models are unexplainable. Unexplainable in the sense that when we had the example that I gave you, this Newton's law, for example, we knew the mathematics behind it. We knew the correlations behind it. We knew what we have formulated. If there is an error, where is the error? We can correct it. We can improve it. In terms of AI, the problem is that the model that we get, we don't understand it. It's unexplainable. It's hidden somewhere. It's a black box for us. So we just know that its results that it is giving us are 90% correct, 95% correct, 96% correct, or at times 99% correct. But we don't know what the model is, if there is a problem, how to track that problem, or how to improve that problem, and who's responsible behind those problems. So these are certain fields, certain issues because of which in certain sensitive industries, legally and ethically, we cannot use AI as such. And now, as a research perspective, there are a lot of fields which are now working on explainable AI techniques, which would give us this possibility to reason on the model as well. Now, but I told you about this AI, it needs to be understood that I was characterizing it, or how do you say, I was making it, oversimplifying it rather. I was talking more about the machine learning part, and machine learning is not all of AI. So AI is much bigger than just the machine learning. So there are other parts that need to be taken into account as well. Now, when you see the Industry 4.0, because as I said, the Industry 4.0 is not only the AI part. There is this IoT part, there is this AI part, there is hyperconnectivity, and the use of that data, the technical assistance that comes out of it. So there are a lot of things, and AI is just a part of that Industry 4.0. But when you look at the use cases that are coming out of that Industry 4.0, most of them somehow relate to AI, either directly, they're based directly on the use of AI, or they are based on an indirect use of AI, so that the AI first prepares some recommendations, and based on those recommendations, we are able to implement that use case. Now, what types of use cases of AI are we talking about? When we talk about machine learning, for example, nowadays, most of the use cases in industry that I see are related to failure detection, predictive maintenance. A lot of AI is being used in predictive maintenance right now. All of data analysis, more and more data analysis is now being done by AI, especially in the domains like semiconductor. We have a special domain called FDC, which is moving more and more towards AI. We have augmented reality. We have quality control and pattern recognition. I see more and more visual inspection tools being used for detecting all the anomalies in production using AI rather than a human observer. And then we have multi-agent robotics, logistic robots, and cobots. Cobots are working alongside humans in a way that human security is guaranteed. Then we are using certain constraint satisfaction problems, mostly related to scheduling and performance optimizations. So, giving some examples that are coming specifically from my domain of semiconductor. We use it in detecting contamination in coolant in plasma cleaners, detecting current drops in ions, okay, optimizing filament changes in ion beam machines, monitoring the vacuum pump behavior. We are also monitoring the temperature, not only for polishing head. This is just an example. We measure the temperatures of different motors in robotics for preventive maintenance. We also detect anomalies in excess movements, also in the context of preventive maintenance, because certain industries, certain machineries, if their excess movement is not correct, it becomes a very big safety issue. And then specifically in semiconductor industry, we do a lot of complex processes at atomic level somehow, okay? So there we need a lot of precision. For that also, we need AI. We are using AI. We are monitoring the pressure and the temperature also of the process chambers and their pattern using AI. And also the wear and tear of spindle is just an example, but many aligners, spinders, and things like that. So these are certain use cases, but they do not limit to these ones. These are only the few that I listed here. Currently, we are working on many other use cases where we are using AI, notably the optimization of scheduling, logistic control across value chain, not only predictive maintenance, but also prescriptive maintenance, where the system prescribes you how and when to do the maintenance based on other variables like supply chain and logistics. We are having AI for sustainability. We are using it for calculating the carbon footprint of our development, of our production. And to do that, we are even measuring the amount of material being used for each production lot, okay? So things like that. In software, we use AI for code generation. We use it for automatic testing. We use it for different optimizations for our software, software performance, load times, and overall user experience for the application that's being used. Now, the impact part of this AI on Industry 4.0. In the current presentation for today, I did not touch the topic of Industry 5.0, but it should also be included in it. The thing is that till Industry 4.0, we focused more on technologies. In Industry 5.0, we are more covering the topics related to human centricity and sustainability. So we are bringing back the human in the center, and AI is very much involved in that as well. So what I want to say is that AI is not only limited to, its use is not only limited to Industry 4.0 use cases, but it's going even further to Industry 5.0 use cases. Afterwards, now coming to the impact part, AI is impacting a lot of things. It is impacting our life in general. This image that you see on the screen, or some of the images that you saw previously in my slide, they're all generated by AI. I'm not, in my presentations, I'm not developing these things anymore, okay? More and more AI is being used by people now, but at an industry level, if you see globally, the impacts start from the national and international level, okay? So at the government level, I can tell you that last week in Europe, they made the first regulation around the ethical use of AI. So there is an AI Act that passed last week that tells you how to responsibly use AI and limits it and regulates it somehow, which is very much needed. And then we have internationally a lot of impact around international security. You see right now there is this global political struggle going on, this political rift going on between, let's say, West and China, okay, or this Russian war. What is being used here is that semiconductor chips and semiconductor materials are one of the things that we are seeing that the world is trying, that China should not have access to it, for example, okay? Or when in Russian war, one of the things that Europe blocked for Russia was these advanced semiconductor chips, because they don't want them to do or work on AI. So somehow AI has become that important, and we know that the future depends on it, that the political maneuvering around the globe is now based on this. The to use oil for that, okay? So it has a big impact internationally. At the industry level, we have cost reductions. I can tell you that with AI, at least in the Western world, what costs the most is human labor, and AI is replacing that human labor. These are not the machines that cost the most. This is the human time, and AI is very good at replacing that. We are replacing a lot of laborious tasks which had little added value. They are easily being replaced by AI. So for industry, cost reduction is a big advantage of AI. Another impact is the relevance. There are industries which did not update themselves in the third industrial revolution, and they are out of the market now. You don't see Xerox, you don't see Nestat, you don't see many of the companies, okay, they simply went out of the market. And now in this fourth industrial revolution, if the industry is not adopting the new use cases, they won't be relevant anymore. The third major impact is on individuals. So it needs to be understood that we have the problems of coming from AI, and it's impacting us. All our how we think about our identities need to be rethinked. The moral and ethical use of AI is regulated, as I'm saying that regulations have started coming in, but it needs to be well regulated so that we restrain ourselves to the moral and ethical use of it. And then there are things about job security. There was a study done, I guess it's been 4 months ago, which stated that around 20% of the jobs in industry would be completely, they'll be vanishing because of this AI. And around 30 to 35% of jobs would require a complete redefinition of their role. People would have to learn new skills to be relevant, to keep on working. We cannot continue working based on our old methodologies for long. So these are certain impacts of AI on industry, on national level, on individual level. And I guess that's it for my talk today. So if you have any questions, I'm available, and I'll be responding. Thank you.
Thank you, Fahd Saab. So I want a little bit more details about job security.
Yeah.
For example, in medical profession, in automobile and all these sort of jobs are going to be, big job security issue. Can you please little explain it more?
In fact, in terms of job security, it's interesting that you use medical as a term because according to this recent survey that I was sharing, the jobs that would be redefined somehow and won't be much affected are the ones which deal with humans directly. So medical sciences is one of the fields where we would still be using humans. Even if somehow the humans would be assisted by AI, AI won't be able to replace humans because we cannot keep our human life on some software, no matter how valid it is, until and unless we have this explainable AI there, and we can pinpoint to some responsible person. Okay. Similarly, for legal professions, there won't be much of the replacement. Most of they would be assisted by AI techniques, but they won't be replaced. But all those jobs where you are, for example, you will have to see the value that you are adding to what you are doing. Okay, if your value addition is important, naturally you won't be able to. It won't be that easy to replace you. Okay, and then it's 20% of the jobs that are being that would be going out of the market. Okay, most of the jobs will be redefining the roles, and for that, I guess we need to gear up now. In fact, even now we are a little late. Most of the trains have left the station. There are only some trains left, and we need to catch them as soon as possible. That's all I can say.
So, what's your advice to our youth? What should you do to cope with this new situation? What should our new generation should actually do? What's your advice?
My advice would be to stay connected and learn AI as much as you can. It's true for, like I said, in third industrial revolution, we had the computing coming in professions. Okay, so doctors needed to be able to use computers, engineers needed to be able to use informatics, chemists needed to be able to use informatics. So informatics was a necessary thing for doing whatever job you do. You may be an accountant or a health professional. Okay, same thing now. No matter what you are doing, no matter you are a doctor, no matter you are an engineer or an accountant, you should be able to use AI and understand it. First of all, you should be able to understand it a little bit. I'm not saying that you become the AI expert and you start programming and developing your own AI modules. No, that's not your job. But you should be able to bring it into your workflow efficiently. You should be able to use it as an assistant and take benefit out of it as much as you can. Otherwise, you won't be relevant anymore.
Spot on.
Okay, so one more kind of advice we try to get maximum out of you. So, what's your advice to this political leadership? Because we feel there is less sensitivity. We already missed the train, and political leadership not only in Pakistan. Pakistan is far behind. Even the political leadership in Western countries as well. They are oblivious of their responsibility. They are not actually properly reacting to new situation. So what do you suggest? What should be done? They should be on, their priority agenda, and they're, yet to see in their, manifestos or in their political agendas. So what's your advice to our political leaders? What should they do?
For me, I can give you certain examples. As I said on the last page of my talk, okay, the impact on the governments. Naturally, it comes on the political systems as well. The world right now, there is this political struggle going on around the globe over this AI, but the AI is not used per se. Its name is not directly used. We are basing all these political maneuverings on semiconductors right now, because semiconductors are the enabling technology for AI. Okay, we cannot have our AI without strong systems that enable us to develop that for us. So that's the first thing. The second thing is data. Data is becoming very, very important. It's we say that the data is the oil of today. We need to be able, and the governments around the globe need to understand that data is very, very important. We need to get the sovereignty over our data, and everybody needs that, because based on our data, we will get the information, and whoever has the information controls the world. It's as simple as that. If I know what are the market trends going to, because of the data that I gather, I know what you want, what you will want tomorrow, what a population of a country wants, where they are heading. I can take very efficient decisions, and I can literally control you. No matter what you do, you cannot compete me. It's as simple as that. And all that comes out of the data. Okay, so safeguarding the data and controlling that data, getting the sovereignty of that data is the second aspect, which is very, very important. And I guess that the political leadership should focus on that. We need to safeguard that. And then the third thing is exactly the development of the ecosystem around this new technology. Okay, it's not just that, okay, I put some money, I bring in some AI and it will start working. No, you have to bring a complete ecosystem behind it. You should have the data that is coming. You should have the means to collect, gather the data. You should have the means to prepare your next generation in AI, so that they keep on learning, they come up, they are ready to take those jobs. In those jobs, they will have access to that data. The data will be used for decision making. So it's a complete ecosystem with all the components. If you don't have that, all of that, it doesn't work. You cannot get that music out of it. I hope I responded to.
Thank you. Any other question from anybody?
If
There's
anybody
a
has
written
any
question.
questions to ask. Okay, so now as we conclude Special Address 5, sincere thanks to Dr. Fahad Golra for illuminating the pivotal role of AI in shaping Industry 4.0. Let's carry the insights gained today into the future of innovation. Thank you, Dr. Golra, for your impactful and visionary contributions.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Allah Hafiz. Next, please let me welcome you into session 6, where we unravel the introduction of DevOps with our expert guide, Mr. Frederick Anafi, a Microsoft certified trainer in digital analytics from Ghana. Prepare for a brief yet enlightening journey into the foundation of DevOps.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, you can.
Hello, yes, you're audible.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon and good morning from Ghana. Let me share my screen. And I want to take this opportunity to really thank the organizers of this symposium for the youth of Pakistan. I think this is a great job. And I really appreciate this opportunity to also present on this August platform. Okay, so as I've been introduced, my name is Frederick Hanefi, MCT from Ghana, and have been in the IT industry for the past 8 years. And it's great to also say that I am a lead consultant from Fred Excel, and we are glad to be partnering with Sarah Learning for this program. Now, I would like my presentation to be quite interactive. So maybe before I proceed more into it, I will appreciate it. As I said, I'm from Ghana. I will appreciate to know my audience. So if you can just put your name and also where you are joining us from, I guess that would be very great. So let's know the country you are joining us from and also the name. So we have Abdul from US. That's great. As I said, I'm from Ghana. Our audience. So you can use the chat to tell us where you are joining us from. I think for the past 2 days, the session has been quite interesting. And this is a program which I believe everybody should. If you can use the chats, that will be very interesting. Okay, so let me proceed. So what is really DevOps? I guess it's a name, or let me call it an acronym in the IT industry recently, where we have DevOps. And I would like to just touch on what DevOps is and where it came from. DevOps really represents a change in the IT culture. Basically has to do with programmers, coding, and also operation people managing the IT infrastructure. So DevOps really represents a change in IT culture with a complete focus on rapid IT service delivery through adopting agile practices in the context of a system-oriented approach. And DevOps really represents a change in the IT culture with a complete focus on rapid. So the focus is really on rapid service delivery. That's from an idea is adapted, it goes through the coding, or let me call it the developers, and they quickly develop the code and quickly they want to really get it to the end user. And it's very important that the end user also like to put it, the operations people like to put it on the servers before it gets to the end users. So that process in the IT ecosystem is where DevOps is really coming from. Now, what is DevOps? DevOps is just a combination of 2 words. One is development and the other is operations. So we have 2 ecosystems within the IT. The development is those who develop the program, the coding, and the operations people are those who manage the infrastructure, ensuring that they can implement the coding which has been really developed to the end user. So those are the 2. Now, it is neither an application or a tool. It is just a culture that is collaboratively promotes development and operations as a result of DevOps implementation. The focus is really on the speed to deliver application and services. And that is the whole idea. So it is 2 words, or let me call it 2 departments being joined together, where you have development and operations forming DevOps. Now, the question is, where did DevOps come from? It has been a culture. Industries have been practicing DevOps in different ways, either in the waterfall format or in the agile format. And people evolved in the initial phases of DevOps as system administrators. And these experts brought the critical enterprise system management practices to develop DevOps, like configuration of management, automated provision, system monitoring, and others. And people have evolved through the process for a number of times. Now, it was important that they try to fine-tune it and make it work. And so therefore, in the agile space, trying to have the agile development, and DevOps can be considered as an outgrowth of agile, which means now applying the agile process, extending it to the boundaries of coding and into the whole IT ecosystem. So then we have the boundaries of the coding to enter the delivered services. Now, what is the need, or why do we need DevOps? Why do we want the development and the operation people to coordinate together in terms of the IT ecosystem? So operations and development teams, they work normally in an isolated environment. Those who are developing the codes sit down, the idea is generated, they sit down, they develop the various codes. Now, after developing, since the operators or the operations people are in a different department, they do it and there's no any coordination between them. That has been the, let me call it the old tradition. Now, the testing and the deployment activities were primarily performed isolated after the design and build setup, which took more time than actual project completion time. And this really delayed the whole process. And team members usually spend a significant amount of time in deploying, testing, designing, and building the projects. Human production errors were more, which means that in terms of even deploying, there were some errors because there was no proper coordination between the end user and the operators. Now we have the operations and the coding team. Generally, they had a different timelines, which means the coding people will say, fine, we are the developers, we have a timeline, they perform. Now it gets to the operation. Now there are some errors in there. And they did not have a proper synchronization, which resulted in further delay. So in a project which the assumption is that should take just a day or two, now will take more time in delivering that particular project in terms of the IT ecosystem application. Now, traditionally, this is what I will call how is DevOps different from the traditional IT, as I explained earlier. On the traditional IT forum, once the order of the new server is placed and the development team starts working on testing, the development team must continue with heavy paperwork as enterprise are required to deploy the infrastructure. On the other side, what DevOps will do is that once the order of the new server is placed, the development team and the operations, so there's a coordination. Development team always, operations team, they start the paperwork to set up new servers, which means there's a continuous work, resulting in a better infrastructure equipment visibility. Because in terms of the developers developing the applications, for them, when they finish developing it on the server in which to be hosted, whether in premises or on cloud, that becomes less important to them. Now, in terms of the traditional IT and projections about failover, data center locations, redundancy, storage equipment are not precise, as no inputs are available from the development team, even if they have in-depth knowledge of the application. It doesn't really bother them much. But for the DevOps as a culture, the projections about failover, data center location, redundancy, and storage requirements are 100% clear because of accurate inputs given by the development team. Coordination. In the old software development process, the operations team has no idea of the development team's progress, which means they worked in isolation. The operations team has to prepare a monitoring plan as per their understanding, because before they even started developing, the operations team were not part of the whole process. But in DevOps, the operation team has the complete idea of the development progress, which means they are updated now and then in the development process. And the operations and the development teams work together to develop a monitoring plan that caters to the current business and IT needs. Before a traditional IT go live, the load testing may crash. Applications the load testing may crash, the applications and the release may get delayed. It affects an overall cost of projects and the project delivery deadline. This will really be a big cost to the IT. But before going live, in terms of the DevOps, the load testing makes the application a little slow. The development team quickly fixes the bottlenecks and they release the application on time. So my next slide, you'll see that I've tried to you can see a typical software release process. Now, this is in terms of the initial IT process, what really used to happen. So first, you have an idea, you generate an idea, and there are some requirements. The developers will now really code it. They will be tested. They will build and package. They deploy it. So at this point, it goes on to the server people, what are called the operation people. So they will deploy it on the server, either in-premise, or so here we are talking about a deployment. So we are talking about the operation people here. Then you operate a monitor. So that was like a straight line stuff, initial launch. That's what happens in application development. Now, in terms of when there need to be improvements, we need to add new features. We need to fix bugs. We need to optimize performance. We need to note that the moment it goes into you deploy it, it means the end user is now using it. Now, so far as the end user is now using it, maybe there are some bugs which needs to be fixed, which means it needs to go through back again. And this really causes the delay. So DevOps is really to ensure that there is a consistent integration and also a continuous delivery. But you can see that in the old IT, in terms of application development, the two were not coordinated. So even in the situation where you need to improve or you need to bring improvement into the application, it needs to go through the cycle again, and there was always a delay. Okay. Now, what does DevOps try to do? The whole idea of what DevOps try to do is to remove roadblocks, as I initially stated. All that DevOps want to achieve is to fully automate the whole process, streamline the process, and makes it continuous. So you can see that an idea is generated. It's moving on to the implementation stage. They want to remove the roadblocks in there. Now, from the implementation stage, it needs to go to the testing, build, deploy, observe. And you can see that all that DevOps want to achieve is to bring a coordination between all these activities, step by step, removing the roadblocks one after the other. Now, DevOps slow down the release process. And there are some basic factors which really slows down. So what, as I stated earlier on, try to really improve the process. In a traditional IT deployment process, there are some stuff which really slows down the release process. Number one has to do with miscommunication. In a situation where there's a miscommunication between the developers and the operators, it causes delay. And when it causes the delay, it means money is being lost. Time becomes difficult. It means we are losing time. And as we said, time is money. Another stuff which really slows down the process between the development and operation process has to do with conflict of interest. Because in a situation where the development or the developers and the operation team have different interests and they are not interacting, there will be a conflict of interest. And in the whole DevOps cycle, there's the development, there's the operations, there is the security, because after operation putting it on the server, they need to really put some firewalls to safeguard the codes or the system or the application has been developed. Normally in the DevOps process, we normally forget about security, but security plays a very critical role. And in some of the concepts, some people have also come up with, instead of the DevOps, they have also come up with DevSecOps, which means development, security, and operations, so that the security bit is not lost. Because security in terms of IT deployment or in terms of application development is very, very, very important. So after the security bit, we have the application testing, and that is the cycle in which it goes. So this whole process in terms of working through one stage to another really causes the delay. And DevOps really want to bring all this under one umbrella so that they coordinate all this activity.
Hello, Frederick. Anafi, are you there? I think that we lost Frederick Anafi. So we have to like wait for like 5 seconds, then 5 minutes, then we will work on it. Thank you. Okay, so Frederick Anafi is here.
Yeah, sorry. I'm back.
Yeah, Frederick Anafi, you can continue.
Thank you very much. So I wanted to find out whether my audience are following me and if they are doing, if I can get some thumbs up or some in the chat box. Because normally DevOps is not something really people really appreciate or get a better understanding when it comes to the understanding of DevOps, what really DevOps is about. And it's not reserved for only those in the application development. If you also find yourself to be a data system analyst, you can also go into the DevOps space. I guess you can see my screen now.
Yes, we can see your screen. You can continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So now we have signs that shows that you need DevOps. As I've initially mentioned, you have the development team. They cannot detect software defects at the early stage of its deployment and development. Agile methods are used to speed up the software development process, but as soon as the application goes to the production department, all methods becomes ineffective, meaning that there was no coordination between the two. Testing and development team members cannot access the resources timely. So the development process is delayed. You are not able to identify the exact problems of the development, testing, and production department. Simple human errors are often creating hurdles during the development and the deployment process. And once the app is in production, developers think that their job is over because for them, they have really developed the application and their job is over. And this causes delay. At the time of the problem, both deployment, development, and operation teams start blaming each other. And that is what I referred earlier on as one of the head blocks called miscommunication. As I said, we have miscommunication. We have application tests and the others which I mentioned earlier. Now, DevOps offer a continuous integration. So that's the whole idea of DevOps, to offer a continuous integration and continuous delivery. It makes the product delivery cycle quicker, and enterprises can launch the software on time without compromising on its quality. And the fact that DevOps idea is to bring in speed, it doesn't mean that quality will be compromised, because they want speed and also quality. So we have the predictability in terms of the DevOps implementation. We have maintainability. We have improved quality. Quality will not be compromised. There's a low risk because there's a continuous integration. It's cost efficient. There's more stability, because in the DevOps, it's very, very important that you have stability, because in the whole DevOps ecosystem, they also have the stability in there. Then we have the streamlined delivery process. So in terms of all the cycle, we get a better streamlined delivery process. So in the DevOps, that's why we have this infinity symbol, meaning that a continuous integration in there. So we have this continuous stuff in here. So what that will mean is that in terms of development, application, and in terms of operations people working, this should be a continuous. So the whole process will start from the plan process. So from the plan process, we start from here, then we move on to the coding, then we move on to build, we test. All this time will happen at development stages. Then it's released. And the release here means that we are releasing it onto the server for them to really deploy it. Then there is the operate bits and monitor. And the cycle does not end. It continues. So assuming there are some bugs which needs to be fixed, it goes to the plan stage, the code, and here it doesn't, so the end
Hello, Frederick, we cannot hear you. Are you there? Frederick Anafi, are you there? Sorry for the trouble, but once again we lost Frederick Anafi. Please hold on a minute. He might be logging again. Thank you. Okay, so Frederick Anafi is here. Frederick Anafi, are you there? Hello, Frederick. Okay, it looks like Frederick Anafi is not here, so we are proceeding further. Naba, over to you.
Okay, so Mr. Frederick Anafi, he's facing a technical issue, so we're going to have to wrap up his session and move on. And as we wrap up session 4, it is our heartfelt thanks to Mr. Frederick Anafi for introducing us to the world of DevOps. His concise insights pave the way for further exploration until our next session.
Hello.
Mr. Frederick, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear him as well.
Okay, sorry. Yes, I really have to apologize for the connect. I'm very sorry for this. Okay, so now we have the DevOps cycle. I guess you can see my screen now. So we have the develop cycle. So that's what I explained here. We have the idea, the implement, the test, the build, deploy, and observe. So in terms of the DevOps, we have making the process fast and with minimal bugs. So the DevOps cycle phases and measures. We have the deploy, as I explained earlier on. You have the plan stage, the coding, the build, the test, the monitor, operate, deploy, and release. So then the cycle continues like that. So release, you deploy, you operate, you monitor, then you plan again. So there's no any stop gap in there. So that's what we call the continuous integration, continuous delivery. So there is a continuous integration, there is a continuous delivery process. So it means there is no stop time anywhere. Plan, code, build, test, release, and deploy. A continuous process like that. Now, workflow in DevOps. Workflows are visuals in DevOps and of sequence in which inputs are provided. It tells you about actions and outputs that are generated based on operational processes. It can arrange and search for jobs that users frequently request. So it gives you the ability to mirror the ideal process in the configuration jobs. So we have the DevOps workflow, we have parallel job execution, we have the sequential job execution, then we have the branch level filtering. Now, DevOps solves development challenges in the following way. Code deployment time is reduced because of the faster testing process and the speedily feedback mechanism. And as I said, quality is not compromised and stability is also very important in this process. Then we have the developers also. The developers here do not feel work pressure and they can build new code and release it in less time because there's no much pressure on them. There's a continuous communication because there's a continuous testing. New bugs are released immediately. They are updated to at least solve some challenges. Now, how DevOps improve the development and operation process. As far as operation process execution is concerned, the implementation of DevOps improves the operational process in the following ways. One, configuration management helps the organization to execute and organize configuration plans, and they become able to manage their infrastructure in an effective way. So infrastructure is managed very well, whether it is on premises or in cloud, it's well managed. And also, containers and virtualization concepts provide a stimulated environment to increase the software reliability and maintain the uptime of production environment. And also, we have an effective and improved server monitoring is offered. As a result of this, proper feedback can be provided.
Okay, now we are going to proceed to the ending of the Pakistan Skilling Symposium 2023. Naba, over to you.
Thank you very much, Abdullah. Thank you, Frederick, for trying your level best to connect with us, but sadly, I think there's a connectivity issue with him. So here we reached the end of our 2-day symposium, which I see as an example of inclusivity and diversity. We had a combination and contribution of global audiences. It was the event had a big coverage from across all the continents, and it pleases me to say that for 2 days we have been seeing threat and digitization from the perspective of different people from across the world. Not just across the world, but maybe across different continents. The event started yesterday on December 15 with the STEFTA. The STEFTA MD, presented his views about Pakistan's future in digitization and how he sees the growth of the vocational economy, which was followed by 5 to 6 key speakers from across the world who each presented their views about the building of fifth generation of industrial revolution and the Web3 importance of Pakistan, which was further followed by 3 parallel sessions where each one of them tried to educate the students about the Microsoft tracks. Yesterday, we concluded our program on the notes of looking forward to the next day, which is today. Today, we started with ICURA, which is the first artificial intelligence enabled school in Pakistan. Dr. Samia and Dr. Naeem presented themselves with the school. That was followed by the Chief Visionary Officer of Sara Learning Global, Mr. Abdul Ghani, who gave us an insight into the importance of LMS in e-learning in Pakistan. Further to that, we have had 3 parallel sessions with our esteemed speakers from across the world who again presented with us 3 different Microsoft tracks. So here we are after 2 days of continuous session. Now I would like to call upon Mr. I would like to call upon Mr. Shoaib Fida Khan Tanoli, Director of the Ministry of Planning, Development and Special Initiatives, Government of Pakistan, join us for a brief yet insightful glimpse into the strategic initiatives.
Good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum. Am I audible?
Yes, Tanoli, you're audible.
Assalamu alaikum, sir.
Looking great and smart.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for having me. I am Suhaib Tanoli. I am Director at Planning Commission, looking after some of the flagship projects of Government of Pakistan concerning youth empowerment. Since the name of this symposium is Skilling Pakistan Symposium, so I would like to talk a little bit about the Pakistani context and highlight the importance of imparting digital skills to our youth. And we take very much pride that 65% of our youth constitutes a big chunk of our population, but the critical question lingers on whether this major chunk of population is a demographic dividend, and are we harnessing meaningfully this chunk and productively, or is it merely a numerical crowd? Leading the largest program of internships in Pakistan, we have came across several issues regarding the employable skills in our youth. We have observed our youth does possess university degrees, but when we enable them or push them to the labor market or facilitate their transition in the labor market, we see they lack the employable skills. So when we found this gap, we tried to address it by allocating some more resources, financial resources, to impart such employable skills to our youth. But when we assess the market, we have seen there are not only lack of platforms, but there is also lack of awareness in our youth as well. They believe that having a university degree is sufficient for transiting into the labor market. So we also have observed the access to the quality education or to skills, especially the digital skills, is also a challenge in our labor market. So that was the time when I came across the Sara Learning, and I was very much excited to work with this platform. So that was the time when we started talking about that how we can work together, and Mr. Ghani briefed us that how we can make courses, digital courses, especially in the context of Pakistani market and how we can exploit the available potential. So, ladies and gentlemen, we believe digital skills bear the potential not only to tap into the local market opportunities, but also to extend our reach into the international arena. And to fully capitalize on this potential, we must channel our efforts into enhancing access to digital skills and education. We believe shifting from traditional face-to-face learning to the digital platforms is imperative, particularly for the youth and young women in Pakistan. By doing so, we can empower our youth to navigate the evolving landscape of the digital age and contribute substantially to both local and global markets. I would like to thank the team of Sara Learning Global for organizing this important event and providing us the opportunity to learn from the experiences of national as well as international experts. And we also like to thank the organizers, co-organizers, and sponsors of this important symposium. Regarding the way forward, on behalf of Planning Commission, at least I can pledge and I can facilitate this SARA learning platform that in the coming days, we can provide you at least an enrollment of 100,000 graduates at your platform. If you can come up with demand-driven courses, especially in the field of digital learning, this is what we can facilitate you and join hands with you. And lastly, I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to the distinguished guests from different parts of the world and looking forward to have such more symposium in future as well. Thank you very much, everyone.
Wonderful, Mr. Tanodi. Thank you very much. Very insightful.
Thank you very much.
Very interesting and very positive speech. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tanoli, for the fine words and looking up to us for your future prospects. I would take this opportunity to thank all the participants, moderators, all the organizers and sponsors for believing in us and joining us for this 2-day symposium plan. Looking forward to more such events with the same team. I would be signing off on behalf of SAR Learning Global. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone. Just before leaving, I would like everyone to open their camera so that we can have a group picture. Thank you. Everyone, please turn on their camera.
We are totally in a casual mood, so I have to put on my coat at least.
I think you're looking so beautiful, sir, right now. Thank you, Madam Sadaf.
Raisa, may I also stand up?
You should not stand up. ये मुझे शक था इसलिए मैंने कहा कि you should not stand up. Nobody should stand up. Okay.
All right,
And
thank you
yes,
so much,
yes, sir.
everyone. Finally, we got our final group for 2. And once again, thank you, I think, the organizers, especially the speakers and the partners who have supported to organize such a, brilliant Pakistan Skilling Symposium. Hopefully, we will see you again after 2 months with the second Pakistan Skilling Symposium 2024. Thank you so much. Naba?
Yes, I'm here.
So you can officially close the session.
Okay. Goodbye and Allah Hafiz.